be a long day. Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday, March 12th meeting of the HDC. This meeting is being audio and video recorded. Please don't say or display anything you don't want shared. This meeting is being televised via Zoom on the town's YouTube channel pursuant to Mass General Law. All questions or comments through the chair, please, for the benefit of orderly discussion and our minutes taker. And with that, I'd like to see, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Okay, and I'll do an attendance roll call with the vote. Diane, on your motion?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Abby?
And Ray.
Aye.
Okay, we'll go through this and I'll hand it back to the chair. Joe, you'll sit on this one?
Sure.
You're an aye on approval?
Yes.
Connie?
Aye.
And me, Val, I'm gonna just, I guess I got one too many. And I'm an aye. And with that rousing start, we'll hand the chairmanship back to the chair. Ray, we got the agenda approved.
Am I on?
You're on.
You guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to lower my hand. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
So let's see. Sorry, Stephen, you did roll call, right?
Roll call and the approval of the agenda.
Okay, so I'm on. Stephen is live. Abby,
I'm on.
Abby's on. Diane's on. Val's on. Joe is on, right?
Yes, sir.
Carrie, Connie?
Connie's here.
Connie's here. Hi, Connie.
Ray.
Okay, and no Carrie. That's the only person missing?
Yeah.
Got that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we approve the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So there's nothing to discuss and vote as far as I know, which would bring us right to consent. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Well,
All right. So let's see.
Mr.
From
Chair,
consent,
Ms.
yes.
One moment, we've got a commissioner who'd like to comment.
I
Oh.
would too.
under the discussion in the beginning part, I just want to ask if we can put back on the agenda a discussion about the zoning height changing to 40 feet by right. And
Yeah,
we-
that should have been first on the agenda.
I know, but I forgot to remind everybody. So can we put it? for
Okay,
next week?
so I would like that to be first on the agenda next week, if that's all right. That's it, right, Val?
Yes.
Okay, Diane, to you, my dear.
Yeah, I don't know. I live in a mush thing. I have 3 different agendas today. 2 I got from the downtown agenda. 1 from my stupid iPad. Each one was different. Now I just noticed because I was looking on the consent. I consented. I had 5 and I consented to 3 and I had 2 no's. And I don't see those at all on the agenda. So I don't know why. I just wanted to make sure that they were on this one on the town, but they are not on the one printed out.
Okay, so the only thing that I'm going to clarify for you, because I really can't speak to what is on and off of the consent, but correct me if I'm wrong, Holly, but the most recent agenda includes item number 4 with bold red type that says not anticipated by the chair within 48 hours. That is that 93 Sankaty Road. That, I believe, is the most recent agenda.
Yes, sir. That is the most recent agenda.
Yeah. So that is going to be the one that we are following.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I don't even have that. And this was done
Now,
an
Diane,
hour ago.
before you say that, look carefully
Yep.
at it would be new business of February 20th. which is after consent and consent with conditions. And down at the bottom, under 93 Sankaty Road, it says not anticipated by the chair. Do you not have that one?
No, I don't seem to have that.
All right. Well, if you don't, I don't quite know
I'll
what to
just
say.
follow along.
Yeah, you'll
I
just
mean,
have to follow along.
Yeah, I'll just follow along. I just was
All right.
curious.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I emailed this last agenda to everybody, so it should be in your email box, Diane.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Now, I'm looking over the consent agenda, and two of the regular members need to recuse, those two members being Val and myself. I don't think any of the other members need to recuse. So I'm going to turn the chair over to Stephen, who can
I
do
would
the
like to pull
consent.
one.
Okay, guys, we need to like cool it down a little bit. We got a couple things going on. We got Ray online. We got people here chatting. I understand you're passing the chair. You've got to sit off some of these, Ray, as a recusal. Let's clean up what's going on here. Val, what was your comment?
3 Pleasant should not be on consent.
Okay, so 3 Pleasant, what number is that? Okay, so, and you're not sitting on that, so our board will be Abby, Diane, myself, Joe, and Connie. And we'd like to get a motion to,
Approve.
if somebody is obliged to make a motion to approve consent, except for number 9, 3 Pleasant Street.
I will do that.
And in addition, we're looking at moving that to the regular agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, it had a lot of HSAB comments and.
Okay,
other-
I
yeah.
don't want to get into, thank you. So, and Diane, your motion would be to move that to the regular agenda under whatever date it is to be heard on, which we'll square away after this?
Yes,
Okay, so on your motion, Diane,
yes,
Abby,
I'm a yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm a yes. And Ray, I don't see you sitting off consent with conditions. If you'd like the chair back, it's all yours.
Yeah, I'll chair this. Val needs to sit off of this one. And so we will have Connie on this one. Okay, may I have a motion on consent with conditions?
A motion approved.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Diane,
aye,
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, so that's consent with conditions. Now we're going to move along to our two new business items of February 20th. First of which is the emergency demo at 287 Hummock Pond Road. Do we have somebody to represent that? Is Matthew here?
Yes.
Oh, he is.
I am, Mr. Chair. Hello.
Hi.
I can present.
Yeah, just give us a
Time.
snapshot. We know a little bit about this already.
Sure. So this house was scheduled to be moved, I think it was about 4 years ago. And then there was a significant erosion, a storm that resulted in about 30 plus feet of erosion. And so the house has been on cribbing since that time. It also posed some challenges because we were trying to find a new location for the house on the remaining portion of the lot, but it did require utility access, easement access. But basically there were really no options because all of the land was eroded. So we have talked to a number of different companies to try to move the structure, and they've just told us that it's just not possible given the location. And so we're before you today to ask for an emergency demolition.
Okay. Holly, do you want to speak to the age of this building? I don't recall it as being all that old, but I would like to hear your opinion, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe it's about 1985. It's non-contributing.
Okay. This, of course, is the one that you guys have all been watching from Sanford Farm up on cribbing for years, and apparently it's ready to go. So any discussion? This would be among the regular members. Everyone can sit on this.
A motion to approve, although very, very sad.
Yes, Mother Nature.
Oh, they're
Um,
able to get there and take it apart.
Well, what's on the table right now is a demo, and I think you can see from the pictures, give it another couple of weeks and we wouldn't even need to be reviewing this because it's going to be floating away.
Right.
All right, well, so listen, there's a motion on the table to approve the demo from Abby. If there's no objections, I would take that to a vote. Is that all right?
Aye.
Okay. Well, let's say, on Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Matthew. Now we're going to go
Thank
to
you very much.
93 Sankaty Road. As built, remove chimney. Is Joseph with us?
Yes.
Tobias Glidden here, in Joe Topham's stead.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
So quick synopsis, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is for a chimney removal at 93 Sankaty. It's in relation to a solar installation that was approved back in November. The solar installation was approved with the removal of the chimney, but since we came forward and with an application for solar, we didn't have an application to remove the chimney. The chimney was subsequently removed. It's one of those fake chimneys. It's a small chimney, and it was missed by Joe Topham, myself, that we needed to come back before the HDC for a chimney removal. So it's kind of like one of those catch-22s where the chimney was asked to be removed in relation to the solar so it could all fit in, but then we didn't come back and ask for a chimney removal. So we're asking for a chimney removal today.
Okay. Thank you, Tobias.
I would make a motion to approve that.
Well, okay. Holly, do you have anything to say on this?
I believe this is a non-contributing structure as well from the 80s. Obviously,
With a fake chimney.
yeah, but I believe my comments were last week that it's a shame to remove a chimney because it is a character defining feature regardless of its vintage. But with that, I mentioned that the applicant has paid the as-built fee and they're before you this evening. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, Holly, thank you. So Val has offered to make a motion to approve the removal of this faux chimney. Should I take that to a vote, or does anyone want to voice any concerns?
I just want to say that I voted against it in the first place. So now that it doesn't have a chimney, I guess I'm still a no.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to officially take Val's motion to a vote. So Abby, you're a nay, right?
Right.
Okay, Diane.
I too was a nay.
Okay, very good. Stephen,
Yeah, fine. Yep. Aye.
you're good. Val, on your motion.
And I, especially since it was already approved and this is a technicality.
Right.
Okay, I think that's an aye.
That's an
and
aye.
I'll be an aye as well. So the motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, Tobias was saying thank you. You're welcome, Tobias. Okay, so there's page 2 of our agenda over. Now we're going to move to 33 Quidnet Road. Mirka,
I'm here.
is she live? Hi.
I am here. I'm live, and I believe so. Sarah Alger will join me online just to.
Okay. And right, this keeps sort of reappearing, and I keep asking whether it's an established board, but it hasn't officially
has
been
not.
opened yet.
No.
Okay,
yes.
so it will be the regular board.
Perfect. Thank you. So this application in front of you is already address some of the concern of the letters from the neighbors. As you can see on the site plan, initially we had, you see the hatch area. So initially the pickleball, like sports court, was located in that area. So we fully took it outside of any controlled endangered species area, so we don't need any extra approval for it. I relocating it, you can see in the orange circle, I relocated it closer to the main house, garage, pool cabana, so it's all clustered together. It's all within the disturbed areas, already disturbed, pre-construction. And Stephen, do you have any, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure.
No, you're fine.
Okay, sorry.
Please proceed, sorry.
Thank you. So I just want to kind of show that. And if there's another page, it's really far away from the Quidnet. It's not visible. If we go to the next page, you could see I sunken it like 3 feet in at the same time. So we kind of try to control the visibility of the fence with fully screened natural buffer. So I just want to re-emphasize, like, using the natural materials, the 6 feet wire fence on top of the PT walls. There is no visibility from public way nor from the Quidnet pond. And that would be, and in this point, I would like to have Sarah to chime with her comments as well. Sarah Alter.
Okay. Sarah, your turn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent the owner of this property. I think Mirka did a good job of introducing this. This court is about 600 feet from the Quidnet Road. It's about a third of a mile away from the center of Quidnet. It's on an enormous parcel of land, a lot of which is slated to be protected by a conservation restriction that my client is voluntarily giving. I understand the neighbors' concerns about noise, wetlands, wildlife, but none of those are within the HDC's jurisdiction, as you know. I don't think this is any different than the tennis courts that are just a little ways down the road toward Quidnet, or the pickleball court that I think another person had approved at 21 Quidnet Road not that long ago. I think this is completely approvable. In fact, I'm not even sure it's fully visible. But game courts, regardless of the sort of game played on them, and this may be used as a multi-purpose game court for whatever difference that makes, are very, very often and frequently approved and totally appropriate.
Is that it, Sarah?
That's it.
Okay, great. Anybody else want to speak on this before I put it over to the board?
Mr. Chair, we do have a hand raised, Teresa Anderson.
Okay. Teresa Anderson, if you could unmute, we'll hear what you have to say.
Hello, my name's Teresa Eager Anderson, and I've called Quidnet home for 63 years. We're a small community known for gathering with our neighbors and respecting the outdoor resources we're fortunately to have in our area. And I do hope that you all had a chance to read my email and the other ones that were sent in as to why I'm opposed to the pickleball court at 33 Quidnet. I am, however, grateful that this has been moved and is no longer 30 feet from my year-round home. And the new location is much better and much appreciated. There's really no historical significance to a pickleball court in Quidnet on the property, but I feel it does affect the deep historical village of Quidnet. And I know you guys don't deal with noise, and I am concerned about the light pollution from the court if it is allowed. And since it's still, Quidnet's still kind of rural and quiet area of the island. And if it is approved, I would just like no lights. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Two things. One, Mirka.
Yes. No lights is going to be installed.
All right. That was the first question. Thank you. And then the second one, I just observed that you're calling out the fence being 10 feet high, but the fence is really only 7 feet high, sitting on top of a 3 foot high wall that's set into the ground, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to be clear on that, because if you read the application, it just says fence 10 feet high.
And that would be the pre-existing design, so we just didn't track it
Oh.
on the form
Oh,
when we
okay.
changed it.
All right, so that would
we will
need to be
correct it.
revised.
Yeah.
Obviously. Okay, I think it's time to go to the board. Again, this is the regular board. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I don't have a problem with this application, given where it's moved to. It's green, it's nestled in the vegetation there, and I think it's okay. Thanks, especially
Oh.
without lights.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I agree with it is without lights and it's been moved, so it's not in the neighbor's noise place. And I think with the planting that I see around on the plan, it should be invisible and probably quieter because the vegetation will help to improve the amount of noise getting out. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Abby, Stephen.
I guess I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I think pickleballs are our new downtown pools. It'd be wonderful if someone put an article in and address pickleball courts so that we have a common voice for the community. But here today, the appropriateness is going to revolve around, in my mind, lighting. And I think, no disrespect, Mirka, that an approval should, if one is forthcoming, should be conditioned upon no lighting or any lighting to conform to the dark skies initiative.
Good point. All right, Stephen, thank you. Abby, that leaves you.
Yeah, I like all that's been said. I think and sinking it in 6 feet closer to the house, tucked in like that, abutting conservation, no lights, all that is very good. I do want to say that Carrie and I have discussed bringing an article. It's too late for this year, but it is in the works. So I appreciate everything that's been done, but I think at this point, because I'm doing that thing, I think I will abstain. And I think you understand why. So
Sure. Okay.
thank you.
All right. I think that as scourges go, this one's pretty benign. So I'm willing to take a motion to approve and see where it goes. And I would encourage whoever does that to use Stephen's language.
Looks like it's my motion.
There we go.
So
All
it'll be
right.
a motion to approve through staff with the condition that there be preferably no lighting. And if there is lighting, that it will, well, first of all, are you good with no lighting?
No, yeah, there is no intention to add any lighting at
so,
this time.
So it will be approved without lighting. In the future, we can't really condition it on a dark skies. We'll leave it to another
But we do
commission to
apply it.
determine. Yeah.
I do apply it on my project.
So the condition will be no lighting.
Hey, Stephen, thank you for the motion. Can you just add one thing to it?
Sure.
To revise the application to say 7-foot high fence instead of 10?
Yes.
Okay. There's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Extension.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for approving our benign scourge.
As scourges go, it's the most benign scourge I've seen. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to February 13th, old business, and it looks like Stephen is chairing the first 3 of these.
Okay.
Oh,
So we,
Stephen, sorry. I just noticed the third one is actually our application, and we are withdrawing that. I don't know whether the message got to the to staff in time, but we're basically pulling that application. Okay, so you have 2.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chairman, there is no board on either one of these.
What?
We didn't open either one of them. They've never been heard. There is no board on either one of these.
Okay, Linda, we're going to start with comments through the chair, which is a good practice.
Well, I'm talking to the chair
The chair is not sitting on these.
because he thinks that there's already an established board. There is
Oh my
not.
God. Mr. Chair.
They've
I-
never
I
been heard,
don't have
Mr.
the-
Chairman.
Please
Hey,
don't
Linda. Because this is written out this way and this is the way it's posted, I'm going to go with that.
All right, well, it's incorrect.
Well, you listen, when you said you have no board, you actually do. It's Stephen's chairing, Diane's here, Val's here, Connie is here, and you can even pull in Joe Paul as an alternate. So you have a 5-person board. So, let's not make too much of this.
All right,
Okay,
I just want the
so I
record
would
to
like to
reflect
turn it
something
over
correct
to Stephen to
for
chair.
a change.
Thank you.
So your board this evening on these two applications is, as was just stated, myself, Diane, Val, Connie, and Joe.
Hold on, Diane, Val.
And
Cool.
can we go to the site plan centered on the screen, please?
Oh, Carrie's.
The what?
Oh, Carrie is here? Oh, well, Carrie, Joe, I'm sorry, Carrie's here, so we're gonna get her back in on this.
All right, well, she's never
Okay.
been in the room with either one of these.
All right,
So
sorry.
instead of who, Joe?
Instead of Joe, he was listed as the alternate.
Sorry, guys, I was late. I'm here now. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, we're jumping right in on 61 Fairgrounds. There's 2 pools,
Yep.
lot D and C. Linda is here to represent, and we've got a site plan on the screen. Linda, go ahead, please.
Well, it's not that great up there, but it is actually 63. Lot D has its own address now. Just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, is this the correct site plan?
Good enough. If you want to go down to the next page, probably be better.
Let the record reflect that Linda said, good enough. No,
Yeah.
is this the correct site plan? Please. Is this the correct site plan?
Is that one any better?
I don't know. I just want to make sure at least we're looking at the correct lot.
Yeah,
to
the pool's
start.
in the back.
Okay,
It's
can we
screened
zoom
by
in,
the
please?
house.
And turn it 90 degrees.
What we have a link to, Mr. Chair, is the house change.
Okay, well, that's not.
That's not this
go to
one,
the
apparently. It's just the pool. There are 2 for that, Val. Only that pool
All
is
right,
up right
Linda,
now.
we're going to have a problem with this because we cannot see it.
Go, keep going down. That should be better because both
Okay, can
pools
we
are on
zoom in
there.
on the lower lot?
Yeah, it's in the back. This one only has
I know, I
one
just wanna
dwelling.
Make sure what's in the record is accurate. Okay, Linda, go ahead. Now that we've clarified what we're looking at.
This one only has one dwelling. The other 2 have, the other 3 actually have a primary and a secondary. So this one's way in the back. I do have pictures in there. You can go down to the pictures. It'll show you exactly where it is. But it's in the back. You can't see it. The people on the left have a big fence. There's going to be a tremendous amount of screening in between C and D. If you want to go down to the pictures, please. There was a whole set of pictures.
Unless they're on the other one. See?
They went in 2 weeks ago when we didn't get heard, and they were put in again, I guess, by Uri at some point. But we have a whole set of pictures that are in HDC submissions.
Okay, we have no pictures in here, but let's just revisit the relevance to the pictures. Linda, what do you hope to show us with the pictures? That it's behind the
Street view
house?
because the house is up.
Okay, so I think it's apparent, given the conditions there, that there's no roads adjacent on the rear or the left side
Nope.
facing from the street. It is the fairgrounds on one side, Parker on the other, and there's our houses in between.
Yep.
So can we go back to the site plan that actually shows us some lines? And I just want to caution, Linda, whomever provided these drawings, This
I
is
know,
not
I got
the
it.
first time,
I-
and it
no,
needs to
it
be
won't be the
fixed
last
because it
time.
is a serious waste of our time. It's not only a waste of our time, it's a waste of other people's time. We're doing the people's business here. Okay,
Eventually I'll
guys,
get
so
it
this is
through to
what we're
them.
focused on. It's the pool. Correct me if I'm wrong, Linda. It is the lower lot, Lot D, the pool
Yep.
in the rear.
And you might as well keep that up for Lot C,
Okay.
because you can see where it is on Lot C right next to it.
Okay, thank you. Comments, why don't we start from the top? It is Diane.
Steve, which one are we looking at, D or C?
D.
The left one,
Yeah.
Diane.
Okay, I looked at it in the big plants early today, and if it's got planting around it, and it seems to be the only house in that particular location, then I would at the moment say that the pool was okay. It has equipment placed, whatever that little rectangle is, or diamond, triangle, as soon as I get it right, says it's for equipment. So that takes care of that. There doesn't seem to be any air conditioning or anything else that I see on that. So I would say at the moment that the pool looks approvable.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Val,
With the caveat, I have no concern.
not visible time inspection
Yep.
thereafter, no change to grade prior existing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, Connie,
I'm with Val.
Carrie,
I'm okay with it. I do think it seems to be floating out in the middle of the yard where it should be tucked in close to the house, but I think this location is okay.
okay, is there an accessory structure going on?
No, it's the only one that was one structure.
Okay, do you have any latitude to move it up?
Parking by the
Okay.
planning board, it's right behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in between it.
Okay, all right, what about a motion, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Can we append the not visible time of inspection or thereafter and no change of grade from prior existing?
Yeah, that I thought that just was always included.
Okay,
It-
yeah, no, we
Yeah.
just say it for the. Okay, so that'll be through staff and on your motion, Carrie.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Diane.
My
Uh,
motion.
Yeah, Carrie's good on your motion. How are you, Diane, on your motion?
I'm okay.
Okay, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
All right,
1,
leave
2,
that
3,
thing
4,
up there now,
5.
because you can see the other one right above you.
Okay, same board.
Yep, and that's in between the other two structures.
Okay, what about comments, folks? I will say, Linda, in fairness to us, we typically get a landscape plan with these things so we can,
There is one somewhere.
yeah.
I didn't see it.
No.
In the future, send your consents to me so I can determine whether the application is complete or incomplete,
Yeah, I will make sure next
because
time.
this is silly.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I'm a little more concerned about this, and that's broadcasting as the chair for the next one you bring in, which is
I'm holding the other
yeah,
one,
it
so,
definitely needs to have a landscape
yeah,
plan.
that's why I'm holding that one.
We don't anticipate that these are going to be bare naked. Oh, sorry, trigger word, kids at home.
No, and Steve, you remember when we approved the structures?
Yeah.
There was a whole landscape thing with the original structures because
Yeah.
of where they were located.
Okay, so let's get that transposed. Comments from the commissioners, please. Val?
Same with the caveat.
Okay. Is there anyone who has any concerns other than that the original landscape plans will be transposed to these lots? And
I'll make
perhaps
sure.
we can make that part of the motion?
Through staff?
Yeah, and is nobody concerned about the fact that it looks like someone could step off the stoop to the front door and into the pool? It's like,
That's
their
what I'm
problem.
trying to,
dude, it's just
trying to
crazy.
say.
It's not before you.
It's
Um,
just nuts, though.
Can I say,
Okay, guys, let's roll it back in. We're looking at the architectural elements and the appropriateness and visibility.
okay,
Comments?
I'll make a comment.
Yep.
If you explain to me, it's on both D and C. What is that 1-2 that's in the middle of the
Parking.
lot?
Parking.
Those are, Diane,
That's
those are cars that aren't really showing up in the drawing that was provided.
Oh,
We got
because
that approved the last time.
Yeah.
I think the pool is too close to the cottage. And I would move it back where that 1-2 is, tuck it over closer to the main house than right. I mean, on a snowy day, that pool's going to be right there.
Okay. Connie?
I think I would approve this with the conditions.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we aren't going to see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with comments. It's tight. It's also too close to the deck and the steps, but that's going to be something they have to resolve, and it's going to have to pass the building code and all that other stuff. So I think any motion would include language that this would include the prior approved landscape plan to be transposed in addition to our typical condition.
Steve, I think the newer one is much more fluffy than the original.
Okay. Well, at least.
I'll put a landscape plan in, that's good.
It's actually, it's there, but it doesn't show up on that.
Yeah. I'm going to stick with the prior because it
Okay.
was thicker.
And see if you want that landscape plan on the one we already approved, correct?
Yeah,
Add that to
please.
it.
Yeah. So I'm just for the sake of expediting this, I'll make the motion that this is to, could someone please turn off the YouTube?
Oh, that was Diane.
Okay.
I don't have YouTube on, Linda.
What?
I said, I have nothing on.
No,
Don't
we
say-
could hear you talk.
I
Okay,
don't
well,
talk.
Diane, I didn't think it was you,
Is it not?
but here we are. And so I'm going to go ahead with the motion if I can, and that is that this would be approved through staff, subject to at least, at minimum, the prior approved landscape plan. And in addition, notwithstanding the landscape plan, that the pool will not be visible at time of inspection or thereafter, and no grade change from prior existing being prior to submission of the application.
Yeah.
On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm a aye.
Thanks.
Okay, as was previously mentioned, but bears repeating, 121 Nantucket Road Pickleball Court has been withdrawn. So that will not be before us this evening or anytime in the near future that I understand. That brings us to 7A Clifford Street, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Excuse me, the board on this is myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and I understand that Carrie Thornwell has joined us. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, thanks.
So we're at 7A Clifford. Do we have somebody to rep?
There you go.
Mr. Chair, I do not see the architect in the queue or here.
Okay, so let's move on from that. If he does happen to show up, we can always return to it, okay? Everybody good?
Sounds good.
All right, so now we're moving along to new business of February 20th, first item of which solar at 50 North Liberty. How about Karen? Is she with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, great. Okay, so this is a small house on North
Hey,
Liberty
Karen,
Street. Yes.
before you go down too far down the Primrose Path, it's your regular board on this, okay?
Yes. Okay.
All right.
All right. You ready for me to talk about it?
Yes, now we
All
are.
right. So this is a small house on North Liberty Street, and all the panels are on roofs in the rear of the house. No solar panels on the front of the house. None of the solar panels will be visible from the street. The house itself blocks the view from the road. of the panels. Now, there is one corridor that you might be worried about, but there is a hedge owned by the neighbor that blocks that roof. If you scroll down a little, you'll see I took photos, and I took photos of the part that you'd most likely be able to see right there. And that lower left photo is the only corridor that you'd even be close to it. And this is taken in January. So this is, you know, no greens on the shrubs, and the shrubs still block that roof because it's a low roof. Jim Meehan, the owner, is in the audience right now. He's willing to grow that hedge even higher. The tree that you see is the neighbor's tree, so that also blocks the view. But I don't like to use a neighbor's tree as a blocking thing because that
Nor
could
do we.
disappear.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but we have a whole full hedge right now that blocks that view, and nothing else is even, the house blocks everything else.
Karen, did you say that the hedge is on Mr. Meehan's property or neighbor?
Meehan's property, the owner's property.
Okay, got it. Because
All right, so
yeah.
Ground mounted solar is not an option here. The backyard borders wetlands, and there's no room for ground mount out of the buffer zone. So the application is only for rooftop solar because the ground mounts they're subject to the same restrictions. And Mr. Meehan is in person there if you have any other questions about his hedge, but I really think, I know you won't see these solar panels.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. Mr. Meehan, if we have any questions that you could address, we'll pull you into the conversation, okay? Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, this application didn't provide the already a long day. The history of the structure. This is a circa 1920 Craftsman. There is an HDC survey on file. It is a contributing structure. And I mentioned this, it's necessary to evaluate the solar, especially within the historic district and on a historic structure. The application states that it's a gray roof exists, but the photos look black. So just wanted to confirm that. The roof plan photo shows gray. Maybe that's just an old aerial. So again, just wanted to clarify, as that would be obviously something that we want to make sure it meets your guidelines. Also, just want to make a comment regarding to the guidelines that it should only be on the secondary masses, but I appreciate that it's not on the facade. I do think that the proposal is actually a lot better than we've seen with other historic structures. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Do we have HSAB with us this evening? I know they did a ton of comments written.
I don't see anybody here.
They did not review that application on this note thing.
Okay.
I think they did actually. I thought they said concerns or something.
All right. Well, if we don't have them, we can go from Holly to the board members. Comments from the board.
No concerns, subject to growing up to privet.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. And it did remind me that there is a question. So the roof is either black or a very, very dark gray, correct? These photos are recent, right?
It's a dark gray.
Dark gray. But it's the same roof that shows in these photos.
Yes, the photos were just taken a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The owner's here and he just said that the roof is black.
Oh, it's black.
Well, we run into this from time to time. There's grays that are very, very dark, and some people would call them black. I think this is actually one of the dark grays. The black reads as, really, really black. Anyway, Stephen, thank you for your comments. Who's next?
Mr. Chair, it's
Yes.
Abby. It's
No.
from HSAB. It says 50 North Liberty, no concerns, but there may be some visibility from south panels. I like the idea of growing the hedge a little bit, so I'm in.
Okay, Abby's in, Steven's in. Diane?
I'm in and with the privet hedge getting as tall as he can make it.
Okay. Val, anything?
Nothing that hasn't been said. I'm
Okay.
okay with this.
All right, sounds like we can make a motion just allowing the applicant to grow their privet hedge tall in the event that they're seeing it all from North Liberty. Sound good?
So moved. So moved.
Diane, can I add on that?
Yeah.
The privet will be growing to a height of not less than 12 feet.
Okay. So Diane, can you adopt that as your motion?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So that's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's item number 1 down. You got another one, Karen,
Yep.
at 5 Dove Key. Let's go.
Okay. So Dove Key is a small dead-end cul-de-sac in Naushop. And most of this installation will not be visible from the road. The panels on the west side, the roof is very tall. And the pitch, there's no way you can see the top of the roof. There's panels on the rear wing that are not visible. And there are 5 panels on the south-facing roof on a secondary mass that will have some visibility. The homeowner is asking for you to consider these panels because this roof has the best orientation for energy production. It's the south roof. He is re-shingling the entire house, re-roofing, I'm sorry. And he's putting black roof shingles, black asphalt on. So before these solar panels are put up, everything will be re-shingled, re-roofed in black. So the lot is very small and there's no possibility of a ground mount. All the ground cover is taken up. And then one other thing I just wanted to mention is, in the past, sometimes the commissioners will bring up tipping the panels on a north roof so that they face south. And
Yeah.
I didn't get to speak on this, and I just wanted to take this moment to do that. In Nantucket, doing that, it jeopardizes not only the panels, but the roof they're attached to when faced with either a full gale or hurricane force winds. And not only is this a structural liability from an engineering standpoint, but it's also not keeping with the HDC solar guidelines, which state that the system should be on the same plane as the roof. So as a company, we won't install them because of the engineering liability for them. And so I just want to bring that up. But
Okay.
if you have any other questions, again, I know this south side is visible, but it is going to be on a black roof. I don't think you'll see it because it blends right in. And these will be the best panels for this homeowner. So we're really hoping
Okay.
that we could do this.
Karen, thank you. Holly, do you have anything to say on this, or should I take it to the board?
You can take it to the board, Mr. Chair.
Oh, all right, there you go, board members. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'm having trouble orienting where these panels are. Could somebody?
So, in a nutshell, see the photo that's on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay, the bottom is the front of the house. That's
Okay.
where the yellow clapboard is.
Okay, thank you.
So the panels that Karen is saying would be the most productive are those 5 on the right-hand side. Now, those do face the road. So there you go. Stephen,
very
go
much.
ahead.
Okay, so I believe we should have a view on this, number 1. Number 2, with respect to this application and any future, I don't think it's the HDC's responsibility to take on or to waive or create conditions that waive engineering liability. There are structures built that withstand hurricane force winds across the eastern seaboard. So I don't think it's appropriate to get into that discussion. And number 2, I don't think it's appropriate for applicants to determine which guidelines are appropriate and call those out as opposed to which guidelines aren't. So for instance, panels being non-coplanar, if the HDC determines that they are not visible, but they could be beneficial and allow the application to be approved, versus having solar panels on the primary structure, which is clearly against the guidelines and is clearly part of this application. Those are my comments for now. And again, I believe we should take this to a view.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Who's
I'll go.
next?
I'll go.
Diane, go ahead.
We have certain rules and regulations about the thing, and if we're picking one because somebody thinks that side of the house dormer roof is good, then we might as well just shoot all our applications because everybody will come in differently. I don't think it should be approved the front of the house invisible. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. You were, I think, in that you were discussing, or you were commenting on the 5 that are on that plane that faces the street, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Okay. Abby, Val.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna
Val.
reserve my comments, I think, until I see the view, but the southern panels, I think, should move to the north and you will still generate some power. But let's see how it goes with the view. We know one of our primary rules is not facing the road and on the front of a house, and
Yeah.
we stick to that. So
Okay.
that's all I have.
All right. Well, Abby, unless you're against a view, it sounds like that might be where this is going.
No, I'm not against a view.
Should we just move to view it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. Whose motion was that?
I'll make it mine.
All right. Stephen's motion is to hold for a view on this. On that motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Val,
Hi.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Wow, dramatic pause. And I'm in favor. Okay, there's that one. Let's
Thank you.
see.
When
Now
can I
we're
bring-
going, sorry?
Mr. Chair, when can I bring this back after review? When would it come back to the board?
What do you guys think? Is next week okay? Can we view this weekend?
Yeah, it'll just roll over to the next agenda typically.
Yeah, all right. That's what we'll do. So
Right.
next Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. 6 Saratoga. It's either Luke or Carrie.
Yeah, that's me. I'm here.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We'll stay with the regular board for a little while longer.
Do you want to scroll to the photos just to get everyone familiar with the house? It's kind of almost all the way down to the bottom. This is a 1932 little one-story cottage on Saratoga. Those are the existing elevations with the existing 12/12 windows. This homeowner wants to change out all the windows, not because they're all failing, but because the neighborhood is getting louder and louder. That's one of the reasons. And the energy efficiency, as well as there is some wear and tear on the windows, but it's really mainly they want an efficient building that will hopefully block out some of the rentals surrounding them. It's a tiny little cottage, as I said, built in 1932. There are a number of different styles of windows on the house, and they are simply applying to change them. Well, maybe it's not too simple, but to 2/2s. They would like to change the pattern configuration as well.
An SDL, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry, SDL Anderson. There's one elevation that there's a set of 3 ganged windows that are visible. It's on the side, on the south, behind cars, when the cars are in the driveway. That one to the left there. There's hedges basically surrounding the house. Maybe there's a better photo of that. Yeah, those 3 are the ones that I think are the most visible. But I mean, this house, in my mind, could have been built with 2/2s originally. Not that they would have been SDLs, but I
Right.
don't think the window style is particularly important on this bungalow.
Okay. Let's see how it goes, Carrie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly, you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the HDC survey on file indicates that it's a 1920s contributing structure, that it was originally a barn turned into a dwelling in the 1940s. And I do notate that it had a renovation in about 10 years ago. This contributing dwelling is located on the edge of the OHD boundary. It's not within the OHD boundary, but of course it's in the regular district in the national. While the windows can be SDLs, I think Anderson 400 series are not appropriate, given the pane configurations. And I highly recommend a window survey as consistent with all applications for people wanting to replace windows. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. And we still have no HSAG, right?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anybody from their membership here, but they did send you comments. Their comments seem to be very similar, actually, as mine. Survey indicates that this used to be a barn that was converted to a dwelling, perhaps 1940. The original 12/12 like pattern should remain, and the SDLs should be considered, but a more traditional wood sash would be used rather than Anderson.
Okay. Okay, board members.
I'll go if you like.
Yeah, sure.
I was sitting on this the last time it was up in front of us 10 years ago or whatever. And the 12/12s were kept because board members felt that it fit in with Saratoga Street, that it was on the edge, and that they fit in with the barn and the one-story building better than 202s, which made it not have any past history. So that's what I think. I think that too.
Okay, so you think that the 12/12 should remain?
Yes.
And did you express where you fell on the SDL thing?
I think if it's on the edge and there's a thing, if the SDLs look like the TDLs, then I would say it's okay. We have on occasion. This does not fall right into the old historic district, but I don't know. I cannot possibly remember whether these TDLs or SDLs from the old application.
Do you mean in the building right now?
Yeah.
In the building right now, they're TDLs.
TDLs with storms.
Yeah.
Well, I think it fits into the neighborhood, the surrounding houses, and my personal feeling would be to keep it as it is.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Let's see, Steve and Abby. Oh, and Val.
I could go, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yep.
I could see this building as a 2/2. I think it would fit in. I'm worried about the Anderson windows. In my limited no knowledge of Anderson, I see that they're not like the best insulated window. So I don't want to shoot myself in the foot by saying yes to 2/2s, but not to a good quality. So we've had other windows come in that are insulated, and I sort of am a convert to what I've seen come in. But I actually want to hear what you all that actually deal with these windows think, because I can see this house as a 2/2, but I don't want to put in a bad looking window. That's where I am. So.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Val, Stephen.
I'll go. This is a little cut-through street that relatively no one uses. This is not in the OHD. And while I can appreciate the conversation about the profile of windows. I don't think we should be saying what windows people can use and can't use. And for me, the way this is tucked in on the lot, the only side that would be a concern for me is the one that faces the road and the driveway. So I don't have a problem with them changing the windows and or the 2/2.
Okay. Val, thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I agree with Val largely. I think a small concession on the part of the applicant would be to perhaps add some character in the trim detail with more of a plank frame detail on those portions that are visible from Saratoga along the street, the driveway area. Gives it a little bit more depth of character, and it won't change the internal layout, such as, for instance, having 12/12 in one room and 2/2 in another, or something along those lines. Thank you.
Okay. It was interesting because to Abby's point, or to Abby's question, Andersons are actually very good, very weather tight windows. So my comments on Andersons in general are not about their durability or the quality of the window. It has to do with the fact that they have that flange on them, which, in the OHD, I would consider an absolute no-no, because they don't have traditional detailing. But the fact that it's outside of the OHD, I think would allow for that. I liked Stephen's idea about the plank frame. I don't know whether that would actually work with the 400 series, if that's in fact what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the 400 series.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's literally one set of windows that's visible, and it's facing the driveway on the south. It's that triple gang unit.
All right. I'm just gonna say that I'm okay with the application. Yeah. Yes. Given all the things, the fact that it's not in the OHD, etc. So
it's a one-way street driving away from it. So
I think Val made that point that this is a very, low frequency of use thing. Okay, so I'm okay. Should we make a motion on this one? See where it goes?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, let's see what happens. On that motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Diane.
No.
Okay, Stephen.
Aye.
And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
All right, Ben Norman, if he's in the audience.
Here I am.
All right, very good. 169 Polpis, second dwelling.
Great. So we're talking about 169 Polpis Road.
Yep.
To orientate all of you to this location, if you're leaving town and going up Polpis Road, you go past the Life Saving Museum, kind of in that salt marsh area. And then you're going back up the hill, and the UMass Field Station is going to be on your left. And on your right is a little street or a little way that goes into the moors. And I guess it is a publicly traveled way that goes to a small parking lot for a land bank property. And this property is set way back there. This is the old Folger Farm, which is one of the original farms in the Polpis area. It encompassed like 600 acres during its heyday. The original farmhouse is still on the property. It went under, did quite a big renovation in the mid 2000s, and relatively large addition was put on the back of it. But the front of it is still pretty much the way it was for quite a long time. I've submitted quite a bit of historical information, some of it taken from the renovation work of the house that the homeowners provided me. additional photographs of the property, historical photographs. And you'll notice if looking through those historic photographs is there was a barn there on this site. And that barn was originally used for agricultural uses. It was a large gable forward barn. That barn in the 20s was converted to our first Ford dealership. So that was where the Fords were sold and serviced originally on the island. In the 40s, that barn burnt down, we think, there was a fire on the property, and at that point, all the outbuildings disappeared. So we think that the barn burnt down in 1945, and then, of course, Harry Gordon, I believe his name was, moved his shop into town. So what we're looking at tonight is a new barn-like structure that's going to act as a storage and a second dwelling or living space on the second floor, taking many cues from the historic barn that was there. So a very long straight gable. We are adding some dormer-like features to create nice living space on the second floor. The palette of this building is all very subdued colors, so natural cedar roof, obviously white cedar sidewall, a Quaker gray trim, Quaker gray sash, natural to weather shutters, and then the only piece of color is actually the center barn doors, which are Nantucket red, so to give that some pop from the interior of the property. We are showing operable shutters. This site is incredibly windy in the off season in its location there at the top of that gully from the north wind. So these shutters are all intended to be used in the off season when nobody's on the property. So the barn will be closed up and very gray at that point. And I believe that is it. So I look forward to hearing your comments.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Ben. Okay, board members, what do you think?
I'll go.
All right.
I know this property. I've worked on their house before. It's a very cool property. And I think this is a wonderful replacement of the old barn. The only thing I'm struggling with is the cupola, and not that it's appropriate, maybe just the scale of the cupola. It just looks tiny. So that's
tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
That's my only comment.
Okay, so you'd prefer to see the cupola get bigger?
Something
Okay.
about it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Stephen.
Ben, in a nod to our Commissioner Emeritus, what's the depth of this deck? Less than 8 feet? 8 feet or
8
less?
feet. Let's call it 8 feet.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
I'm with Val. I think that you could bump that thing up a foot or so, but not more than that.
Right. I think it's got to go wider.
Proportionally, yeah. The whole thing, you'd probably just take it up 30% if you were to use Sketch It, and it'd be fine.
Okay.
Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Abby and Diane.
Yeah, I can go. This is definitely an iconic house as you're driving out Polpis Ave. And I kind of don't want to take anything away from that pure silhouette. I think maybe we could tone down the elevation that you can see from Polpis, which I guess is north. I do agree about the cupola. I think that could be enlarged a foot on either side. It does look a little kind of faddish. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to take away from that pure form. So I don't know exactly what to do to this, but I think maybe I would like to see it simplified somehow. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Val?
I have a question. Ben, isn't the barn going behind the large tree and swath of vegetation?
It is.
Okay.
Yep, yeah, there's a big, beautiful tree Not there, not there, not there, but yeah,
Right there.
so you can see that tree. That tree's actually remaining. That's a
And it
big,
kinda
beautiful
goes
tree.
down.
Yeah, and there's some topography, so it's kind of tucked behind the house. That tree
That
definitely.
barn, the barn you're proposing is behind that huge tree?
Yep, yeah, and that tree will remain.
Okay.
That's like a family heirloom there, so that's.
All right. You sold me. Don't cut down that tree, though.
Okay. All right. So Diane, I think it's to you, right?
Yeah, I like the barn. I think you'll lose this sort of why there are three sort of barn size doors on the first floor, but I think the that do you know what they do when they open up? Or do they go into the barn, or do they park a car there?
There's two bays on the first floor for vehicles, and then the far left bay is a little wood shop or kind of craftsman
Yeah,
shop.
okay.
Yep.
That, and I'd make the cupola, I would make it fatter. You see on that shutter view, closed shutter view, it looks very thin. It
Yep.
should be, it's maybe should be made almost as wide as the windows up there, which would give it a balance coming down rather than sort of pooped up on the top. I would make it wider. I would. So that's all. Other than that, the deck on the second floor disturbs me, but architecturally, it's not bad. It's under 8 feet, and there's no other way to support it than the way it is. I think it's a very cool, clean building. Thank you.
All right, Diane. So if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like the only comment at all, really, of any substance, is the size of the cupola. Personally, given its lack of visibility, I would not insist that it get larger, but it would be nice if it did. So should we craft some sort of a motion?
Yeah, I think I agree with your comment, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to make a motion to approve as submitted.
Yeah, okay.
Subject to retention of the family heirloom.
Yes. Very good. There's Stephen's motion. On that motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
I'm in favor. There you go, Ben.
All right, thank you, everybody.
If you want to come back with a bigger cupola, we wouldn't be adverse to that.
Yeah, that would go on consent.
We wouldn't shut the door.
Right, exactly. Okay, so do we have somebody from Mr. Catone's office for the next one, 15 Cliff?
Yes, Doug Mills here.
Hey, Doug.
Good afternoon.
Okay, hit it, Doug.
All right, so this is an application for some minor window changes. On the southeast elevation, we are adding 1A window and pushing together the three that are there currently approved. We're eliminating one window from beside the front door on that same southeast elevation. We are changing a door to a window on the far right-hand side on the second floor. And moving to the northeast elevation, we are changing what are we doing? Windows changed to a door, and then we added a window on the northeast. And on the northwest, there was an internal reconfiguration of some of the utility spaces. So the windows just kind of shifted around on the northwest elevation. I believe it's the same number, they're just reconfigured a little bit. That's all I got.
Okay, Doug, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I wanted to mention that the date of the structure should be on the COA, knowing that this is a revision to previous approval. The date of construction of the structure is important. So circa 1900 colonial revival, I believe. There's an HDC survey on file. We know that there's been some changes over the years on it. The southeast elevation had a separate single ungained windows. So I believe that should stays that way. And I want to remember correctly, there were some conversations about that when you all reviewed this previously. And then the flanking windows at the front door lose its symmetry, but other than that, I have no other comments.
Okay, Holly, thank you.
You do have comments that were emailed to you from the HSAG group. I don't know if you want me to read them.
Could you please, you know, I don't have, or at least I can't access them right now.
Southeast elevation, this will be the most visible elevation, and it will be seen through the driveway opening from Cliff Road. The previous approval had a more appropriate window configuration. The triple mullion is just too much glazing for that wall, and it really isn't necessary. It's just a hallway. The removing the window beside the front door throws off the balance. It should remain. The rest are fine as they are not very visible.
So kind of sounds like your comments, Holly.
Yeah, very funny.
Very much so. Okay, great minds think alike. All right, board members.
I
Come
agree
on.
with
Can we get
Val is going, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. I agree with the comments that have been made. I agree. I don't think the triple is necessary. And the one next to the door needs to remain for symmetry. And if they need to just block it in on the inside, then so be it. But on the outside, it should be there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Val, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Diane.
I agree with what has been said already about the windows
Okay,
are important. That's it.
all right. Very good. Abby, Stephen?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say. If you're gonna play around with the windows around the front door, I would make them something totally different. It's getting very repetitive. I would do something like two little 6 lights on either side just to make it, just so yeah, it's kind of getting lost in a bunch of windows, but.
Actually like that idea. Is that it, Abby?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then I think it's to you, Stephen.
Who's representing this? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
It was Doug Mills.
Hey, Doug, what of this is going to be directly visible on the concerns that have been expressed?
I mean, you'll see it if you look in through the driveway.
But obliquely.
Obliquely, yeah.
I mean,
And you can see this elevation is perpendicular to the street, but you will see it at an angle from the driveway.
And what's the length of the structure?
Oof, very long. It's over 100 feet, I believe.
Yeah, definitely over 100.
The door where the window is being removed that area is recessed.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree architecturally with the design comments, but I think with respect to visibility, none of this is an issue. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, Doug, sounds like you got two issues. One being the window to the right-hand side of the entry. By the way, I liked Abby's idea about switching it up, and instead of having, all these windows that are the same size, maybe do something smaller on both sides of the door. I also agree with Stephen. Sorry, what, Doug?
I was just going to say, I can unmull the 3 windows and get rid of one. And then I actually liked Abby's idea as well.
Yeah. So do you think we can handle this in an Exhibit A, folks? It sounds like Doug's willing to back off on the triple mulled unit. We're talking now about the southeast elevation. Sounds like he would be okay getting rid of one of the 3. Have I said that accurately, Doug?
Well, what I'll do is I'll get rid of one of the 4 and then spread the other 3 out. basically go back to the way it was.
Yeah, right.
in
That's what
that
you had
area.
approval for already.
Right. correct.
And then smaller
do the-
windows on
yeah,
either
do the-
side of
Do
the
the
front
6
door.
light. Yeah, I like that idea.
It looks like there's one towards the two that are down on the right-hand most side of that are smaller. I can't read what they are.
Yeah, those are Ds, but those are 4 light. So I think it'll be a new
No,
window type.
they're 6/1s.
Oh, there's
The ones
6
I'm
over 1
talking
window.
about are on the southeast elevation on the far right. Oh, no, on the second floor.
Oh, okay. So those are the B windows.
I'm just suggesting a smaller window, that's all.
Yep.
Oh,
So I
I was
can-
thinking about I was just thinking about a 6 light without the bottom
Yeah.
one, just a really small.
So
okay.
what I can do is I can take an A window and take just the top sash and use that. How does
Yeah,
sound?
that's what I was saying.
All right.
Okay,
And that would be on both sides of the entry door.
correct.
Hey, Joe Paul,
Yes.
Hey, Joe Paul.
would it be possible for you to create an exhibit A for us that reflected those comments?
I'm doing it.
Oh, Val's doing it. Okay, never mind, Joe. Thanks.
Okay.
Should we move this one?
That's my motion.
Okay.
The only thing changing is are the windows on either side of the front door on the southeast elevation.
Well, and also we're getting rid of the triple mold one on the southeast.
Right, going back to the original.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, that is Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby on your motion,
I'm an aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Doug.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Have a good night.
Chair,
Yes.
we've got some dough with sauce to take care of.
Yeah, I figured. I can smell it all the way up here. So what do you say, Mr. Chair? Should we break for 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes?
Yeah, you guys grab something to eat too.
Okay.
Thanks, I actually will. All right.
I also have snacks if you don't want pizza.
Mr. Chair, we're back.
Hello.
Self-driving cars may still be experimental, but buy new wheels these days and chances are they're equipped with partial driving automation.
Holly?
Hi, Mr. Chair, we're back.
Okay, great. All right, so next up, 19 North Water Street, Matthew's here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew, we're gonna get our stuff together and you'll tell us about what would you like to do at North Water Street.
Okay.
North Water. Two applications, one at lot 9 and one at lot 10. We're doing lot 9, of course, first.
Let me just switch up here. Okay. All right. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. So this is an application for a new dwelling. It's listed as Lot 9, which is the third home down from South Beach Street. So as you know, with these structures, what we've tried to do is instead of going with like design A, B, and C and just repeating them, each of these dwellings are unique and independent design. And we tried to look at the whole collective of these 5 dwellings and have each one be reflective of the immediate context, the Brant Point area, but then also have characteristics of different periods. This particular structure, I would say, is indicative of Brant Point. We referenced some homes in the area that I've always admired and tried to emulate that style for this structure. So this one in particular is a bit of a departure from some of the other structures or homes on this street because we're trying to be reference some of the other White Elephant properties, other residences in the home, but then also the Brant Point vernacular, if you will. So I would say that this lot in particular has probably the most authentic reference to some of the homes along in the Brant Point area. Color scheme is white on white. Massing schematic, again, is a bit unique, but again, it should be something that's fairly familiar to the board in terms of other structures in the area. It does have roof walk. What we also try to do is look at all 5 of these homes as a collective, and so there's only 2 structures that do, or we propose to have roof walks. This is the other one, and so when we looked at the streetscape, we wanted to somewhat punctuate some of the roof lines so that there was this, perceived randomness, if you will. But this does have a roof walk. Cottage corners, shingle flare first and second floor level. It's got a red cedar roof, and I guess with that, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, thank you. I have a curiosity question. So there's what, 5 lots here, Matt?
Correct.
And you have 2 applications in. Do we already have approvals for the other 3, or are they pending?
There's 2 approvals for Lot 7 and Lot 11, which are the 2 bookends. And then, so we're here before you tonight for Lots 9 and 10, and Lot 8 is.
Oh, I see the supplemental information here, yeah. Okay, got it.
Submitted on Monday, so.
All right, very good. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is an infill within the OHD in the former area of the Harbor House cottages that flanked this road. The dwelling is the third of your review. Could be simpler and shorter in length. The facade mimics the bungalows I note on Harborview Way. It should be simpler. The second floor balconies cantilever over the first L deck is an atypical feature. I don't believe it's appropriate in the OHD. Maybe make as a simple Juliet balcony instead. Also, all windows visible from a public way in the OHD should be TDL. And then the roof walk seems to be a lot for this dwelling. And I'm not sure if that works with the bungalow. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, and did HSAB, they must have said something on this.
They did. I can read them if you'd like.
That would be great.
This house is styled after 2 on Harborview Way, but those have more width. There is a lot going on in the front elevation and is squeezed into a very narrow facade. Would this work better on 1 front mass rather than 2? This would spread everything out more. Question. The 3rd floor from front dormer is very large relative to the dormer roof that it sits on. It should be reduced in size or eliminated entirely. It doesn't serve any functional purpose. The front balcony is too wide. It should be narrower with the dormer itself. The east elevation main gable is awkwardly asymmetrical. It should be symmetrical. The west elevation additive mass has a much higher plate at the front and doesn't seem to relate to the main mass. Its ridge should be dropped down considerably, and the plate height should mimic the main mass. And the front door could be more formal in design with more detailed trim. Whoa, yeah, there's more. Sorry. The front roof walk is too wide. Its nicely scaled roof walk can be a decorative element, but this size feels very heavy and cumbersome. This is not really a 2-story building, which is a requirement for having a roof walk, per building with Nantucket in mind. The Juliet balcony on the west will be visible from the shared driveway in the back. Unsupported cantilevers are not appropriate. A small porch roof would solve that issue and provide fencing for the AC units. And those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. And HSAC. To the board. Comments from the board.
Well, I'll try.
All right.
I think I agree with the width of the front facade. There seems to be a lot going on in a little space, and there really is only an 18-inch rebate. So I think you could successfully make it maybe one roof line and see how that goes. The gable form on top of the dormer is a bit unusual, and I agree about the roof walk. And that's my primary concern at this moment.
Okay, Val, thank you very much.
I'll go.
All right, Diane, you're next.
I agree with what Hashap has said. A story and a half is a roof walk, not a story and a half does not call for a roof walk. I'm sorry, try and say it right. It shouldn't be up there. It doesn't go with the architecture of the building at all. The other windows and decks, I believe are true. That was mentioned by Hashab, and I would like to see that dormer under this roof walk. See what it looks like without it. It's too many things going on there as a bungalow, which is what it's supposed to be. So I would like to see it much more simple. Thank you for now.
Diane, thank you. So we have Abby and Stephen left.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of enjoying this design. I did, because the way that it's rendered, it looks like it's been painted, and I was surprised that it was all white. But I'd like it to be different from the ones next door, and I was wondering if this couldn't be like a Nantucket gray with white trim or something. But I'm kind of digesting this pretty well, and I don't really have any comments, so I'm good with it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think the roof walk is more appropriate on number 10 or number 11. I think the second floor deck on the front facade is not appropriate. Maybe a bay form underneath that gable would pull it off, but I do find the gable atypical on top of the dormer, but I think there's something about it that maybe some modifications to the second floor presentation could really make that work. So those are my comments on that elevation. And I think the other elevations, you know, there's some nitpicky stuff, but it's not anything I'm terribly concerned about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thank you. I'm looking at the streetscape showing 11, 10, 9, 8, and 7. And of the 5, this one is the most complicated and has the least amount of reference to what I would consider to be a, you know, a typical Nantucket style house. I have to say, counter to what Stephen just said, this idea of laying a gable on top of a shed dormer, I'm sure that they've been done before, but it just seems overly overdone to me, overly complex. And then this idea that there's this minute ridge break, you know, probably 8 inches from one ridge to another. Why not just make it one roof plane and make it simpler that way? Those are my comments. And I do agree with what Holly and HSAG had to say, as well as the other board members. Should we have some revisions on this?
I would make a motion for revisions.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that's that one. Let's take a look at the next door neighbor.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll dive right in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is lot 10. This is the second home in from South Beach Street. And I think it's probably best just to scroll down to sheet A2.1 with a north elevation. And so what we try to do is render the street elevations in color to give you a sense of the color scheme. So to Abby's point, this structure is gray trim and Hamilton blue sash. Again, so lot, I believe it's lot 7 also has gray trim. So we do have a variety of color schemes, if you will, throughout these 5 homes. So in terms of the design, we've got cottage corners. We have the first floor elements do have exposed rafter tails. They're about 24 inches on center. In terms of the post detail, we've got some supporting brackets, angled brackets, and we have some fairly small brackets running up to 2 primary gables. We do have a first floor bay element centered on the gable. Again, what we're trying to do is create a certain level of layering and having the structures, the facades, if you will, and the additive masses along the street facade undulate, if you will. And so the other elevations, I think, are north and south are fairly not overly visible, although we do have some perspectives, street perspectives, to see to what degree those north and south elevations would be visible. And then the rear elevation is really only visible from the way, if you will, which is a private way. But anyways, with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, infill within the OHD. This one is elevated. It's in FEMA AE8, so follow resilient Nantucket design guidelines. This is going to have vents, and we do have the elevation certificate on file. Thanks for providing that, Matt. Appreciate this dwelling and the color scheme provided. My main, I guess, concern, or only concern really, is that the asymmetrical second floor gable on the south. I think it may be more appropriate as a matching shed dormer versus a matching cross gable. The pitch of the gable on the west seems too shallow. And then I would lose the brackets on the porch. They seem to be a little too country for the OHD, although I know that there are some historic structures within the OHD that are of about 1850s kind of Victorian-ish that would have brackets, but I think what's proposed is a little not appropriate. And then this structure could also fit a roof walk, I think, to Stephen's point on that. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, how about HSAG?
All right, I have theirs. This is a very nice design, but the proportions feel like they could be adjusted a little. The main mass feels very tall and skinny. Widening that mass just a little would help, and lowering the second floor level 8 to 10 inches would drop the overall height. The 412 roof pitch may be a little too steep. 412.
14.
Sorry, 14. Thank you, Val. The angled porch brackets don't really work. The 712 side roof porch are very awkward. The east could change to a simple flush dormers, but the west will need a more creative approach. Yes, the buildings are very close together, but this will still be very visible. There should be a chimney in the main mass. The proposed chimney on the rear wing should be moved inside. AC units should be screened, and the front door trim detailing could be more detailed. And those are their comments.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
I'll go.
That was Val.
Yeah.
Yeah, Val, go ahead.
I think everything's sort of been said. The biggest concern for me, as always, is the very, very steep roof pitch that we just don't see here. It's a 14. And then conversely, on the opposite sides, it's a 7, so it's half. I think a little more continuity in roof pitches would go a long way for me. But all in all, I think it's a nice looking house and just needs some tweaks.
Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I would, as Holly mentioned, take the brackets off the front porch there. I would like to see that's steeper than I don't know that I've ever realized. I'm looking at 14. I would go down somewhat. The little dormer on the right is good and fits in. I think that it's basically a good building. And now I just got to see the front door on the north elevation. And it's very clean and not fussy. And I like it. I'd just like to see that roof pitch changed a little bit. And I would like to see a chimney. I don't see any chimney on the elevations I can see, but it would improve it, I believe, to have a chimney either over the little dormer, or in the middle somewhere there. I think it would add to the point that is the rise of the big dormer. That's what I think.
That's what you think. Okay, Diane, thank you. That leaves Stephen and Abby.
I can go, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Um, this has a Victorian feel to me, and I think the little eave details, those little brackets way up in the eave, I think they would be better than these sort of stick brackets that you have on the around the front floor porch. I think that the brackets there are just too you know, sort of too country or too out west or something. But because it has this Victorian feel, I think here's an opportunity where you could bring in some more Victorian elements. And when Diane said the chimney, I was thinking maybe one of those, you know, the Victorians did have certain, you know, specific sort of looking chimneys, and that would be a nice addition. I think it's an opportunity to do an interesting front door too. I think you can do a better, but also I don't really like the color scheme here, but because it doesn't read as Victorian to me. So I was thinking black sash and like white or something a little more dramatic, sort of Addams Family or something. So those are my comments. Thanks.
All right, Abby, thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said. Matt, I'm also concerned. I think the 1412s could go to 1212s. I think the you might have to, on the north elevation, lower the top plate on the secondary forward gable on the second floor to make the proportions work once you change the pitch. I think the roof pitch on the covered porch is too steep. We see that there's a good example of that gone wrong on Old South Road, one of the new markets. There's just something really inappropriate about that pitch when it's on a small covered porch. And in real life, it really registers. The brackets, yeah, that's been worn out. Something more appropriate there is fine. Chimneys for all. I think these can all support chimneys, and if they're not real, I hate to suggest faux, but it is an important element of the historic structures. The only thing I'll say on the rest of it is that the south elevation, the incongruent roof pitches really jump out at you. And I think the solution is likely going to be that primarily I'm referring to the first floor gable and the second story gable, but also that covered porch again. So something there needs to be done, and you're well capable of handling that. I'm not going to give you suggestions. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Oh, by the way, I agree with Abby. I think the front door, you could, really put a character element in there. I don't know, something like a bracelet window door, or there's tons of things you might want to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, thanks. Matthew.
Yes.
What is the, do you remember what the pitch is on the Carpenter's Gothic that you're doing?
That is definitely at least a 14, I would say, if not.
Really?
Standard. Yes.
No kidding. Okay.
I mean, I can confirm that, but I know it's definitely.
Well, I'm curious because I'm comparing, because I think this is going from Victorian really in the direction of like a Carpenter's Gothic, and I like the style of architecture. It's not really necessarily in keeping with Nantucket. Like just about everybody else, I'd like to see those drop to 12 and 12. But I think even more importantly are the very incongruous side gables that are at 8 and 12, I believe.
7.
So there's this sort of, disparity. Oh, no, 7 and 12. So there's this huge disparity between the, very steeply pitched front roof and the side gables. And I think that's going to be perceived. It's tough when we're looking at these elevations because it seems like it's not so bad, but you know, the fact is that ridge gable, the one going east-west, is going to feel flat when you look at it from the road. So I'd like to see the roof pitches more consistent. Definitely Stephen's opinion about the steep roof pitch on the porch is a good one, particularly on the west elevation where you have the combination of that steep porch roof and the very shallow gable roof above it. But I think everything else, or even what I just said, has already been said. So I think we're looking for some revisions to this application.
I make a
I
move.
have a question for
Yeah,
Matt,
go ahead.
just real
Go-
quick. On the renderings, it looks like the side pitches are more than what's on the flat elevations.
Much deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, when you look at the two-dimensional projected elevations, it's not the same as the perspective. And I do think that the cross gables will look less steep. I mean, we went 14 and 7, you know, because it was like half of it. But I think that if we drop I guess to your point, I think that those side north-south gables are going to be perceived as being less shallow than they are. And they also are kind of, the further you go deeper because of the proximity of the dwellings, I feel like it's less perceptible, if you will. But
No, keep going.
Is that good, Val?
Yeah, I just wanted you guys to look at it, but.
I think if you
Okay.
zoom in on that top corner, yeah.
Should we move this?
Not the third 3D.
I was going to say, make a motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah, there it is. So Diana's made a motion to hold for some revisions. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
thank you.
Okay, there's number 2. Now we're going to move over to 60 Winoma.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a agenda in front of me, but you know, at some point, do you want to pull in some of the?
Yeah, well, here's what I was going to do.
Okay.
Just, you know, looking forward. The next application is us, so I'll be off of that. And I was going to just sit off and let Stephen chair the remainder. Most of it is Highland Ave color stuff. So I'll be off, but you know, if you want to take a break, certainly I'm sure that Carrie and Connie and Joe would be interested in sitting on some of these.
Yeah, I'll be off for the, I don't know, next 3 or something, or.
Okay,
whatever.
well, all right. So
Whatever.
Connie, do you want to sit in on this 60 Winoma?
Sure.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, let's go to 60 Winoma.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll just dive right in.
Yep.
Okay, so if we start on G100, which is the site plan, I just would love to give everybody some context about where we are. I don't know if everyone's familiar with this lot location. It's pretty much one of the last houses down in this part of the island, Tom Nevers area. So it's not a very highly trafficked or traveled way. There is a fairly long driveway to get to the house itself. But basically what this is there's an existing dwelling that we're looking to renovate, basically add some second floor square footage to. There's also an adjacent garage that's probably about maybe 10 feet away from the existing house. And what we want to do is actually just slide that garage closer to the house and actually connect it with a narrow, it's basically, it's connected to the house. That's for a couple of reasons, but that's the general gist of what we're looking to do here. So with that, I think we could scroll down to the front elevation, which is sheet A201. And if you look at drawing 3, you'll see that that's the existing front elevation of the structure. Drawing 1, the west elevation proposed, is to show both the second floor additions and then also relocating the garage and connecting the garage to the structure. There's some programmatic requirements or desires of the owners in terms of, I've got a fairly large family. This is a end user. They've been coming to the island for many years, and so they've got a lot of extended family, and so there's a need for a lot of sleeping quarters here. So again, visibility of this structure, I'd say that unless you, from the road itself, you probably would be able to see it, but we tried to keep it fairly simple in terms of the detailing. We did go a full 2-story on the main mast so that we could get a roof walk. The original approval for the structure, it did have a roof walk, but I think that the actual approval said, I think they held off for whatever reason, but regardless, we've designed the roof in a way that it could support a roof walk. As far as the details are concerned, we went 2/2 windows. We do have cottage corners, square cut rakes. We've got flying rakes on the main gables. Everywhere else it's pretty flush. So we wanted to have kind of a simple language, if you will. So with that, I will just turn it over to the board and look forward to your comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Who wants to begin?
I'm struggling to figure out exactly what is getting saved, or what's part of the original building. So I guess we really should just look at it as an all new building.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I could answer that, Val. So basically, the entire first floor is staying, and we're basically adding square footage on the second floor. So all the first floor walls will stay. The foundation stays. We're not lifting the building. So it's really just second floor.
Okay. Okay. So my concerns would be then looking at this, is the connector piece between the garage and the house with glass both ways, and the extraordinary amount of porch on the rear of the structure.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but all in all, that's all I'm going to say for now. I have to study.
Okay. Okay, Val. So that was Val. Who would like to continue?
Can we see some of the other elevations? Like there. Thank you.
Zoom in on that one. Zoom in on that one. You can hit the control.
Do you want to continue?
Me?
Diane? Yeah.
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna.
No, I just wanted to see it. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Connie, you're on this. Val's spoken. Stephen. Anybody?
We're trying to move the thing on the screen. Hold on.
Oh.
So Diane can see it.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Connie. Let's see. Diane, Connie, Stephen.
I thought Diane was going.
I'll go.
All right. Stephen, I don't think your mic is on either.
Test.
I'll go if you want me to go.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
I think on what I am looking at, which is the front, which faces north, perhaps. because this backs up to the water, that I think the building on the right-hand side is the garage. Is it the garage or not?
Yes. What did you say on the right-hand side?
Yeah, whatever building it is, maybe maybe the garage is the one on the left. On the right-hand side where you've got two mold windows, one over the other.
Yeah, the garage is on the other side.
Okay, but that building or that side of the building with the double windows up and down, first and second floor, I think should be separated, not pulled in there. The rest of them are well divided among the building area, and those just catch your eye or catch my eye. I think the meeting between the house and the garage, from what I can see, is all windows. I don't know why they are necessary. I would suggest 2 and not 3. One slider or one opener and the other not. And for the moment, that seems to be the best that I can see. I also wonder, I don't see one, but I don't see unless that is one over the right-hand side of the building there. We could use a chimney somewhere amongst the thing up there, perhaps on that right-hand part of the building where I asked about the windows, or in the main part down from this thing where they could put a chimney in there. It needs something on the roof other than the roof walk, and I would like to see a chimney. So that's it for right now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie, Stephen.
I can go. I think my 2 points of concern, and maybe it's just me, I think the roof walk looks a little awkward. And the connector to the garage, I'm not so sure about that working. Yeah, those are my 2.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Stephen.
I agree with what's been said. Connie's comment about the roof walk, the quarter mat, I think the connector to the garage needs to be located to the rear. And I understand your program there, but maybe it actually just goes between the bedrooms instead of in front of them, and then you get some windows for a bedroom. But there needs to be a break in the presentation of that facade. It's much too long. In addition, I'm concerned about the overall depth of the covered porch on the rear, to the extent that's a visible element, if at all. But more so the second floor decks that arise in relation to that. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thanks. So I think each board member has actually made really good points. The wide deck, the ganged windows are sort of off to themselves on the side of the west elevation. The roof walk's placement is dubious. I also wonder about this little dormer this little shed dormer that's been squeezed in between the 2 masses on the west elevation. It seems like it's kind of shoehorned in there. Anything else? That's kind of it, although I think that each one of the board members has made interesting points that should be considered. Should we move this?
Can we hold for revisions while he
course.
rearranges?
Yeah, of course.
I make that motion then.
Okay, So
Can
Diane's
I-
motion is, did you say something, Matt?
No, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask, can we ask the applicant to provide a transcript of the proceedings with the next one, just because
That's a very good idea. Okay, so Diane's motion is going to include, along with revisions, it's going to include a transcript of this meeting, minutes, in other words, for us to be able to review. So on Diane's motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Diane. Diane muted because her dogs were barking. There she is.
Aye.
All right, thank you, and I'm an aye too, so there we go.
Thank you very much.
Revisions it is. Thanks, Stephen. Now, can I turn the rest over to you? Lisa's here for the next one, and I figure we'll let some of the alternate members sit in on the next couple. How's that sound?
So 9 through 14?
Yeah.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear. Yeah, no issues there. All right, do we have Lisa here?
Thanks.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. Lisa, once you get your site plan up, why don't you start walking us through and let staff
Okay.
know. Fiona's steering, so let her know.
Okay.
Your board, hold on one sec, Lisa. Your board is going to be, who's sitting off? Ray, obviously.
I think Abby was.
Abby's off. So it'll be Diane, Val, me. Why don't we, I think Connie was on, why don't we go with Carrie
I'll go off.
and Joe? You want to go off?
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll be me and Val, the real old timers, with the alternates.
Okay.
Oh, timer.
This should be pretty simple.
Okay.
This
And,
is,
go ahead.
this is a lot that is a separate lot, although it is owned by the people that own 88 Quidnet Road, but its official address is 65 Quidnet, and it's separated by the road, which, why can I not read what that says? Norcross Road. Anyway, so there's no plumbing in this structure. It is just a very simple 1.5 car garage. Single story, broken back.
Okay.
And those are the setbacks, are such that it's really being built in the only buildable area on the lot.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Holly, did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this is a vacant lot within the historic section of Quidnet. Although this new garage is associated with the reconstructed circa 1900 Rickardson House at 88 Quidnet, it is located on its own lot and could be treated separately. The fenestration does not have to match, and the proposed seems a little too large, and overall I would reduce the size and scale. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So again, it's Val, myself, Connie, Carrie, and Joe. Joe?
I mean, I hear Holly about this being a separate lot, but I think the community isn't going to know that driving by. I think they're going to seem related. So it would make sense to me that the fenestration would match in color and size. I'm assuming that that's where the fenestration on the structure came from.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and I like the scale. I think the gable facing the street on Quidnet makes sense, and I think the broken back facing the other road is a nice way to, I don't know, turn the corner. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
My only concern is the color. I think because it is by itself on this little site, and it could seem pretty stark, I think it doesn't have to match the color scheme, and something quieter, even natural weather would be more appropriate, because you would find funny little outbuildings like that on their own that are seemingly unrelated to the other buildings.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I really don't have any concerns. with this little garage.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to prepare you, you're next, Val.
No concerns.
Okay. What would we like to do, folks?
Motion to approve with the trim becoming natural.
Oh, is that a unanimous concern with everybody?
I think we could poll if it's, let's take a step back. Do you mind if Al, if I?
No.
Obviously you've got a color preference, Lisa. And
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not natural.
It's
Okay.
not natural. My preference would be never to leave it natural. Right now it's being requested to match the building, the house, which is white.
Mhm.
I'm just not a big fan of natural buildings.
What about a gray? What about gray? I mean, it's a tiny little outbuilding and it should just be as quiet as possible.
Yeah, well, yeah, gray to me is better than natural.
Yeah,
Okay. Let's,
I would go for gray.
we want to go with a gray of the applicant's choice.
Yeah. Motion, let me rephrase my motion. Motion to approve with the trim becoming gray.
And the windows, Val, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all the
Yes.
trim.
Yeah.
All trim.
Obviously a gray with an, the typical HDC palette. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Bye. Thank you.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on with rocket speed to number 10, 12 Knobska Cottage D. Matt? Let's see, Abby and Diane, are you either back on?
Do you need somebody?
If you don't mind sitting, I'll have alternates, but it's up to you. I just need to know so I know who to tell the applicant.
Let the applicant have a little time.
Okay, so I think Abby's probably the same, so we're going to go with the same board as we just had. Matt?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've approved Cottage A on this site, so 12 Knobska. I don't know if everyone's familiar with where it is, but these single parcel is subdivided into 3 parcels. This is employee housing for a local business owner. So Cottage D is in the upper left-hand corner of the site plan, and that's what we're here for before you tonight for. And it's try to keep the architectural language very simple. It's a straight gable. Got shed dormers left and right, and it's a 2-bedroom cottage on a crawl space. So we try to keep it simple. One thing I did notice when I was reviewing the application was that the first floor windows on the south elevation, those are currently B-type windows, but I think A-type windows would probably be more appropriate. They're slightly larger. But beyond that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Does anyone have any concerns with this? Val?
Well, are there pictures of the other houses that are already approved?
I'm not sure if we actually included those, Val, sorry.
So for me, it's a context thing to
Yeah.
see what's already there. The house itself is very sweet.
If I could just describe them through you, Mr. Chair. The existing buildings are all, the larger building is basically a converted barn. It's got shingle, it's not barn board siding, it's just shingle. But all the roof forms are the same, so the roof pitches all match, but I would say that the architectural language is very simple, and I think that this is intended to emulate that.
Okay. Val, anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. Anyone else with concerns? Joe?
On that south elevation, Matt, is there a reason why the head height of those 2 first floor windows is like 1.5 feet above the door? It just feels like they don't line up with all the other windows on the south elevation. I mean, it's not visible. It's not a major concern, but I think it just feels a little peculiar looking at that elevation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that those are, it's a drafting error. I think that those the window headers are supposed to align with the front door, which they do on the other elevations. So I think that's just a drafting error. I apologize for.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. So it sounds like, unless anyone has any other concerns, that we're looking at perhaps a motion to approve, given, subject to Exhibit A, where the south elevation windows are lowered to match the door header, and the first floor windows are, Matt, these show as A's.
On the south elevation?
On the north.
On the south, they're Bs.
And the windows on the south elevation would go to an A. Is that not acceptable to anyone? And who would like to make that motion? Val?
I'll make that motion with one additional thing.
Okay.
On the north to add trim around the door.
Okay, yeah. Drafting error.
Yep.
And you'll do the Exhibit A?
Yep.
Okay. So that's Val's motion, everyone. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
That brings us to 6 Highland Ave color change. And I'm going to keep going with this board until one of the elected members pipes up. Just so you're aware, if you're listening, there's 3 more after this, and then we go to old business where the boards are already established. So Matt, why don't you give us the
rundown? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is simply an application to change the sash color to black for this structure. Just looking at some color combinations, we think that it's a very attractive color combination, and it's a little bit of a kind of a break, if you will, from the white on white, and adds some layering to it. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, I think what I'd like to do, Matt, if I understand this correctly, is you've got 3 soldiers in a row that you're looking to make the same color change?
Yes.
So it seems appropriate that we just discuss them in their totality.
Sure.
And from there. So we're going to open up the numbers 12 and 13 to the same board. And Matt, do you have one of the drawings that show the 3 properties, or all on one sheet, or no?
I don't think we have a continuous streetscape. I think we broke it up in
Well,
into
we'll look at them one by one, but we can talk about the 3 of them together. Who would like to comment? Joe?
Oh, Mr. Chair.
I have a question Oh, sorry. Does Holly have a question?
Let's go ahead with the questions, and then we'll go to Holly.
Well, Matt had said that was just a sash color change. So the trim is staying as approved, which is it white, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And what was the sash previously approved? Was it approved as white as well? Is that what you were saying, Matt?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So white is more appropriate than black. Black is not historically accurate, especially in this area. And I did want to mention that one of the applications, we're looking at all of these together, one of the 2 and 4 Highland applications does include revisions to the site, not just color change.
Do you know which one it is?
I think it's the second 2 and 4 application, I think.
Okay, so we'll pick that one up on the tail end after
Just
we
wanted to
talk
mention
color.
that.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you. And then you do have comments from HSAG. Black sash and doors are not historically appropriate for this neighborhood. There are no other houses in this area with black sash. Even the gray shutters will look out of place for this neighborhood. And those are the consistent comments for these applications. Thank you.
Okay. And I mean, I'm just going to say, I think we got to get squared away with getting those guys reassigned. Like, this has gone on long enough. Color change. So Matt, you don't need to rebut yet. Joe?
Well, I think it would be super helpful if there was a streetscape with color, frankly. I don't have a concern for with the black. I do like the idea of the contrast, and I do think it'll toned down. There was a lot of discussion on these applications regarding fenestration and busyness. I mean, on the applications I sat on and ones I listened to. So I think that the black sash will probably mitigate a lot of the concerns that were discussed previously. So I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Let's see, Carrie?
Sorry, I was muted. I am of the opposite frame of mind. I think the black is not appropriate at all, especially with white trim. I think the contrast is just way too much up here. I think this area of the cliff is kind of iconic and white or more sort of not so contrasty, more monotone. Thanks.
Okay. Connie, which side of the cage match are you on?
I'm with Carrie.
Okay. Val, are you going to tilt the axes here?
No, I'm not. I'm actually of the same mindset.
Okay. So I'm of a completely different mindset, other than I think it would be helpful to have a streetscape mat. And I think that there's enough relevance that these three carry that having that would be reasonable. I'm of the mind that I think a little splash of color will go a long way here. And it is something that happens up there pretty often and traditionally. So I would ask you to kind of, one, present us with a streetscape colorized, and two, think about colors. It might be, the thought I have here is not add color for the sake of color, but I think it might be important, seeing the three of these together left to right, that they're differentiated.
Mhm.
And to the extent at least two of them appear to be on separate lots, and one may appear to be more on the other, you take that into consideration with the colorization too.
Okay.
And we'll be interested to see what you bring back. Questions?
Could I just ask, is there any possibility where, this is kind of a later decision on our part, which is our fault and not your responsibility? Is there any way that if I get the streetscape back, is it that I could come back?
You got to
next
get a
week?
window order in?
What's that? Yeah, that's the thing. They're kind of.
Yeah, I have no concerns with this being a next Tuesday. If everyone else does, and you can meet the deadline.
That would be huge, and then we can just.
Does anyone have a concern with that? Okay, so can we get a motion to hold for additional information and revisions and subject to deadline being heard next Tuesday?
I'll make that motion.
On your motion?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And an aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Matt. All right, we are on to the last of the new business for this segment, and it is Two Stone Alley railings. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're all familiar with this address. So we're here before you tonight to request a railing above what we've referred to as section C of this addition. It's the rear L, it's the one-story element. And throughout the original HDC approval process, we spent a lot of time, obviously, the board did, we all did collectively. And there was some discussion about adding this railing to this one-story element. And as we've gotten the building framed up and done the work, we've kind of realized that it was actually a pretty good idea, and we started talking about it. And again, this is the original approval for your reference. So anyways, we're here before you tonight just to request for a railing above that one-story piece, primarily as an architectural feature. There is precedent for this type or archetype, if you will, specifically on Orange Street, and a majority of them do actually have railings on them. And just now that the building's framed up, we looked at it and we think it would be a nice addition to the building. And I also just want to say thanks to this board for the time and commitment to get the project to where it was. It's come out really, it's come out great. We've retained a lot of the original, foundation, the framework of the existing structure. So everybody's really happy. And I think the visibility is also not as significant as we thought. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Before we go to Holly, question for you. Do we have any imagery of the prior existing? Because I thought that there was an element of a exposed railing like that in the.
I think there was over the sunroom.
But it was like,
Yep, it was
like
over
a
the sun.
trim.
It was stunted.
I'm not sure. I just was curious if we have an image of it. If we don't, then I think this is probably going to come back to us, and I'd like to see that.
Couple of pages are the photos. If you go back
Well, there's no deck on it then.
I don't think we actually have that view,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Okay.
But above the sunroom,
I thought there was an element, a railing element above the sunroom.
there was.
I think that's going to be relevant to future discussions, depending on how this goes. Let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we all know Two Stone Alley is an individually significant structure built by Eliza Codd, converted from a barn to a dwelling in the 1850s to 1870s. The addition of the railings is well, basically railings are a characteristic of the sunroom, which is Eliza Codd's sunroom, which was expanded into a deck. I don't believe that it's historically appropriate or consistent with building with Nantucket in mind. So I do not agree with this proposal. My main comment would be, if this is decorative in nature, then, and it's not something that's being actually utilized, then does it have to meet the full height of a railing, because it's perceived as if it's going to be used as a deck top, which I think is highly inappropriate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Concerns? Matt, can you actually address the usability factor first?
We did size the railing to a height so that it could be used. There is an existing deck that is approved off this bedroom. So the other reason that prompted this too is just the surface material, the flat roof. So we looked at rubber, which is, one way to go. We also looked at metal, copper, and the visibility of this flat roof element is such that, you could go metal. Rubber is not the most attractive. And so then that's what led us to an Ipe deck. But we do have it designed so that you could use it. How frequently it would be used, I'm not quite sure. But we thought that if we were going to do the railing, we should make it the height so that it could be used.
Okay. And where are you? I haven't been there recently. Where are you in the stage of the work?
Weather tight.
So if we were to ask for a mock-up?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that it's going to go that way,
Sure.
but I'm just curious.
Happy to do that.
Okay. Why don't we go to the commissioners and Val?
There are comments too.
I would like to
Oh, there are. Okay.
go by and see it as well. And there's no dimensions here, so I don't know what size that is, but that would be a really significant second floor deck. And as it is, I'm not in favor of the railing as it is, so.
Can I get a clarification?
Yeah.
As it is with respect to the overall size, or
Yeah.
as it is with respect to the height of the railing?
The height of the railing and how it overwhelms that little rear piece. And I'm gonna go back in all the millions of pages I have at home and see what the original little detail was. But it's good that it's framed, because then we
Yeah.
can.
Let's see. Holly HSAG?
Thank you. Their comments for this application is expanding the sunroom to the current approved size was already a stretch. Adding the railing creates a very large second floor deck, well over 8 foot deep, which does not meet the current criteria when building with Nantucket in mind. It looked fine before. This is historically very inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Connie?
Yeah, I agree with Val. I would be opposed to this current deck and railing. It just seems kind of massive to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Joe?
I would like to do a view. I think that would be helpful for me, since I haven't sat on this. I mean, I've listened to many of the reviews, but given that it's framed, I think it would be worthwhile to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I agree. My tendency is to think that it is very overwhelming, but to see it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm aligned with that. I think a view is appropriate. I think an underwhelming approach may be more in order. And I think for me, it's gonna, my final decision will revolve around the historical reference. So I would ask that we get a motion for a view and more information, imagery.
Yeah.
And if you're inclined to work out revisions beforehand, great, or options. But if not, we'll at least have that at our next meeting.
Sure.
The next time we hear it.
Happy to do that.
Okay. Is that your motion, Val?
Yeah, I'll make that my motion.
Thanks. Sorry. I just want to. On your motion.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you, Matt. No, it's just a motion for
A view and.
information revision and a view.
Okay.
If he wants to give us some alternatives.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to old business.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Do we have somebody to rep 12 Waposset Solar?
Mr. Chair, unless somebody could raise their hand in the queue, I don't believe so. Want to give that
Okay.
opportunity.
We can always come back.
I'm back on this one.
Well, yeah, we're looking for somebody to rep 12 Waposset. It doesn't sound like there's anybody. So how about somebody, Bill or Steve, for 9 Orange?
Please, here.
Hello, Stephen.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good, thanks. Okay, so 9 Orange Street is myself, Diane, Val, Connie, and Carrie, all of whom are here. Shall we get going? See what we got?
Mr. Chair, we,
9 Orange.
at our last meeting, you requested some changes. We gone ahead and made the changes. We took one of the parking spots away. We kept the fence in the front and added a gate for to the parking spot. We made the parking strips cobblestone as requested, and the brick to be a running bond as it is, and to reuse the existing brick that you asked for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Now this is going to go to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a proposed driveway for a historic structure. 9 Orange Street is a contributing typical Nantucket P-leg cogshell house, circa 1774. Appreciate the changes, including reducing the length of the space and adding a gate at the location of the existing fence. However, the 2 gates together seem at odds. I think that needs to be looked at. What is the material of the track was a question, and I think your color rendering actually answered it. Is some sort of, it is a cobble, but I just wanted to, okay, perfect. Thank you. And then thank you for keeping the existing granite curb. My recommendation for the commission and the applicant is for it to remain in place, brought flush with the asphalt in situ to remain on site. That would actually be appropriate. We've seen that in other historic districts as well, which basically that would be the apron, which is the existing sidewalk. So keeping that in situ rather than removing it would be my recommendation. The color plans again are very helpful, and those are my comments. I guess basically at the end of the day, the brick walkway Is that being changed? Because it was confusing between the color rendering and your site plan.
We could go to the color rendering for a minute, Holly.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, the pathway that leads to the front door shifted over about 2 feet. And we're reusing the existing bricks and recreating that pathway to the door.
Okay.
It's always hard to hear him.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you,
Holly?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. But so were you suggesting leaving the curb cut where it is? I didn't quite understand what you meant.
So there's historic, from the 1800s granite curbing that exists that obviously
Yes.
separates the sidewalk in the public way with the asphalt that once was cobblestone back in the day. And of course, that's going to have to be changed in order to provide an actual access for vehicles to drive up over it. And what I'm
Right.
recommending is for that and the brick basically to be brought flush down. And of course, we don't have plans to show what that tapering is going to be. But at the end of the day, instead of removing it to create the corner roundings, you could add corner roundings to it, but remaining that in place so it's in situ.
Okay, so it would be in the same place, but they would have to drop it all down.
Correct.
Right,
is
so there was no longer an elevated curb, it would be a flush curb.
That is correct.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. And we have HSAG.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they had one statement. They said same as last submission.
Yeah.
So they had similar comments as
All right.
as they previously spoke.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Chair. Nobody's
All
here.
right. Okay, I'm going to proceed with the board then. Okay, so board members, again, it's myself, Diane, Val, Connie, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
All right.
Keeping all that in mind, what Holly said,
That's Val Oliver for the record, by the way.
yeah, Val. How is that going to impact the sidewalk? And do they need to work that out with the town? If it's going to be lower in that section, how does that work?
Mr. Chair, if I may, through you.
Yeah.
So when they receive the COA from you all, they're going to have to go to DPW for their encroachment permit for the driveway. They're going to have to work with them in order to, meet their criteria as far as the pitch and all that.
Yeah.
But typically any of the material that they're removing goes back to them. But the reason why I'm so strongly about this is because all that material that exists is historic.
Right.
And retaining it in situ, I think it's better for the historic district versus having it put, being kept in storage at the DPW somewhere.
No,
So
I agree
that's-
with that. I just was having a hard time envisioning how it would
There
work.
is a steep to it. And I am concerned on that as well. So.
Okay, that was my question. Other than that, I am okay with this.
Okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
I go if you can answer a question.
Well, I'm sure someone can.
On the green with 2 strips, which is where the car is, we
Yeah.
have settled on one car ahead of the other, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a fence or gate shutting that off
Yes.
Yes.
when it's not in use. And then there's a little gate over at the old walkway. I am good with that. I think that whatever historic curbing and brick and everything else that we have should be used as much as we can, because it does go out to the DPW and it does get stacked somewhere, but that's sort of the end of it. So I think this is a historic little house. The driveway, I'm glad worked out this way. And so I'm okay with using as much of the old curbing and stuff brick that we can.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, that leaves, yes, Carrie, right?
Yeah, I was just, I'm fine with what's been done. They've done everything we sort of asked, but Diane had said back-to-back cars, but the whole point is that we pulled back to just have one car because having two seemed like it was way too much in front of this old little historic house. We were trying to pull them away from the house a bit.
Yeah. That's good.
That is an observation, right? Not a criticism.
No, yeah, that's just an observation. That's why
Yeah.
he pulled it back to one car. I just wanted to clarify that it was just supposed to be one
Yeah.
car.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I think it came out, for me, it came out well here.
Me too.
Okay, Connie, anything?
No, I agree with what's been already said, especially retaining the historic material. And I just also, I guess I was confused. For clarification, just for me, it is only one car. Is that correct?
Stephen?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I think we have liftoff. So this idea of basically what you're going to need to do is negotiate with the DPW to drop the existing curbing down so that it's flush with the asphalt, and then, alter the brick pitch so that you're going to be able to use that as your apron. I think that's a great idea. And I just want to make this other observation that, maybe it's a little awkward having 3 gates in a row, but I'm sure that the gate for the people gate is going to be closed all the time, except when in use. And I'm pretty sure that the car gates are going to be open almost all the time. And when they're all closed, it's just going to look like a fence. So I don't have a concern about that. So I think we can move this.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chair, to pass it with Holly's recommendation of keeping the materials in situ, and also to change the application, which was applying for 2 parking spaces into 1. And
Right.
was there anything else? I think that was it. That's my motion.
I think that covered it. Okay, that's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go, Stephen.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice night.
Yeah, thanks. You too. Okay, now we're on to 4 North Water with Matt, myself, Abby, Diane, Joe, Carrie. Matthew, you there?
I am. I can begin with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. So this is 4 North Water. This is a new structure. It's basically 4 rooms. It's basically going to be part of the Graydon House offerings, if you will. Last time you saw the structure, this is actually the second time you've seen it. The second time you've seen it, we actually dropped the height to 1.5 stories. Pretty much, I wouldn't say, almost a redesign, if you will. The comments that we received last time were to reduce the pitch of the main gable, which we've done. So it's now a 10 pitch. We've done that across the board for the main mass and the secondary gable masses. That's dropped the height to 29.11. So we took about 14 inches out of the overall height. On the east elevation, we also shifted the handicapped accessible door. Again, that secondary additive mass on the left side of the east elevation houses an elevator lift, which is required. but we were able to move the door to the south, so it's not really visible from the street. So one of the other comments was about exploring putting the door off center. We looked at that, but given the stair length and requirement, it caused like issues in terms of either providing obstructions for the parking or creating kind of an awkward stair detail, if you will. So we did look at that. We felt like all the options that we looked at weren't successful. So it still is centered, and again, we think that it works out pretty well. We did also do a colored streetscape, which we submitted after the deadline. It took us some time to get it done. I just emailed it to Holly just in case it's up there. One other thing, Mr. Chair, which you had mentioned was on the north elevation, there's like a rear addition, if you will. And you talked about potentially altering the roof line because this treatment's like a little quirky, which I agree with. One of the things that we've worked with the neighbors or talked with the neighbors a few times about trying to minimize the amount of fenestration on this elevation. And we felt that these transom dormers worked out really well because they provide natural daylight, but they're up high enough so that we're maintaining the, whatever privacy we can for the next door neighbor. And understanding it's a little quirky, but also thought that it was somewhat, interesting. It's also set pretty far back from the road, so I'm not sure how visible it will be. So thank you, Holly. So this is the streetscape. Again, it's color, it's not hyper realistic, but it is an accurate representation of what the street looks like. So we did change the clapboard color to a gray. The shutters are black. We could change the front door to a different color, but right now it's white. And so I think that color combination works pretty well with the adjacent structures. So I think that those are all the changes, Mr. Chair. Look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is an infill which will be associated with the Obed Joy House, which is a circa 1846, I guess, Carpenter Gothic or Carpenter, yeah. And by Edward Easton, who was a housewright at that time. Appreciate the changes provided, relocating the secondary door on the facade, changing the gable end roof pitch, the dormer pitches, and especially the clapboard color to gray. I think that's successful. There were comments from commissioners at the last review to remove that central entry, and I understand that there's reasons not to, but to make it offset, I think that would be helpful to explore a little bit. This would also be historically consistent with other Greek Revival gable-ended structures in town that are quote-unquote infill themselves, and there's some on North Water. The central hipped roof over that doorway should be studied further. Maybe look at structures that are similar on Center Street, which they have that internal, somehow to make it more consistent. The height, this is a question overall on the height, is 2911 to the ridge. And I had a question, Matt, I didn't think so, but I just want to confirm that the only reason why it's being elevated is not because of FEMA or anything, because FEMA line, I think, goes right to the middle of the road.
That's correct.
So there wouldn't be no elevated because of that, but really it's more of a aesthetics aspect to be consistent with the historic structure.
With the neighbors, yeah.
Okay. That was my only clarification I needed, and thank you for answering it. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair. And there are comments from HSAG as well.
Yeah, could you read those?
Yes, without having them here, I will do that. The covered entry is uncharacteristic of North Water Street. Eliminated. Hold on one second, Diane. The center entry is very unusual for almost everywhere in town, especially North Water Street. The second floor should be lowered to reduce the space between the first and second floor windows. The 912 windows are not characteristic of the style house and should change to 6/6s. Typically, the second floor windows would be the same size as the first, The second floor, excuse me, the second panel front door is also not appropriate. The roof on the rear addition roof should drop below the main roof. And on the north side, the dormers, there's a lot of shingle space between the windows. Lower the dormer roof a little, raise the windows a few inches, and use a wider sub rake. And those are their comments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to begin discussion? It's Abby,
I'll go if
Diane.
you want.
Up, there's
I'll go.
Diane. Okay, thanks.
I think the door, the little thing over the front door should be straight the way the other ones all are. That does not, I don't like it there. I don't know whether it's
Are you talking about the roof?
the roof over the front door.
When you say straight, you mean,
Remove it.
oh, remove it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks. Yep.
All right. And then, oh, what disappeared? The, otherwise, I think it fits in their line of buildings. I don't mind any other. I don't mind the north elevation, because I don't think you will see it easily. And the east elevation is the front. So at the moment, I would like to see what comes up. I'm not sure that the shutters are necessary, but see what other people think about that being there.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I'll go because oops, sorry. Because I'm on the same page, or I'm a contingent of the shutter issue, because that is my only issue really, is black shutters, I think, overwhelm and take over the whole thing. And I think either no shutters or the same color as the clapboard to quiet them down. They're just taking all the attention, and this could be a simpler facade without them.
So that's it? The
Yeah.
shutters.
Yep.
Rest is good. Okay, Carrie, thank you. Let's see, we got Abby and Joe.
I can say a few things briefly. Yeah, I think you can go either way. I think both ways are successful with shutters or non-shutters. If you do non-shutters, I think there's an opportunity to make that front door very Greek revival and do a whole, side lights and make a really sort of a classical looking entryway. This way, it's a little more, sweet. It's, I think the little hip roof kind of works. But I understand what people are saying. When you look at the buildings to either side, they're so simple, and beautiful, and lots of space around the windows. Another opportunity up in the gable, the little window. Every one of those has a sort of a unique little window up in the attic. That might be a place that if you went with no shutters and you wanted one more embellishment, that could work. But I appreciate the changes you've made. I appreciate the man door disappearing and just having a window there. I also like the proportions of the windows on either side. I think these 9 or 6 are odd, and an opportunity for a really nice, generous, just simple 6/6. Thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, you you said the windows on either side, but you're being critical of the 9/6, right? You'd like to see them
Yes.
simplified.
Yes, I think it's an opportunity to, I mean, they can be so beautiful, just 6/6 is so simple.
Okay.
If you get it
Great.
right.
Thank you, Abby. Joseph.
I know that I thought this should be looked at shifting the front door at the last application, but the street, I changed my opinion on that. I think that it gives some uniqueness to this building rather than copying the structure to the left and the structure to the right. I know that there's historical precedent for having this off-center entryway, but it seems believable to have it on center. The only thing that really kind of tugs at me is the hip roof structure. I don't know if it's because it steps out and overhangs as much as the other roofs, so therefore it feels a little bit top heavy. So I think looking at simplifying that entry roof, potentially it's flat. And somebody made a comment, I think it was HSAB about the door. I think the door could be a little bit more interesting than what this door is. I liked Abby's comment about the gable window, or I think that was a good pickup on what the other context has, a unique fenestration in the gable end. I don't know if this little window with the shutters is it. As far as the shutters go, I think the shutters are appropriate. I do like the idea of toning down the black and having it be sort of a tone on tone with the clapboard. The mass in the back doesn't bother me. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thanks. I guess I'm sort of coming around to the hipped portico in the front, although I'm not sure that other people would agree with that. I like Abby's idea of going from 9/6 to something more conventional, 6/6. I appreciate that you finesse that back piece a little bit. The dormer change is good. Yeah, I think if you accommodate what the other people's concerns are with respect to the shutters and that sort of thing, and the paint color, that's what you need to worry about. I'm pretty much on board at this point. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Yeah, hold for minor or major revisions.
I don't think they need to be major from what I heard,
Just
but
joking.
yeah, okay, okay.
Minor
All right,
plus.
so there's
Chair.
Abby's motion. What?
Before you guys, I sat on this, I guess I missed one and I didn't mull it in.
Yeah.
But can I get a clarification through you?
Of course.
Matt, the connector it appears to be shown in the lower right, the left side of the lower right image, but it's not shown in the east elevation. There is, correct me if I'm wrong, a connector from the rear left that would show up on the east to the building to the left, correct? Can we scroll
just
down?
via a deck.
You had some other images. Can you go to the next set? Here.
Well, let's just check the floor plan.
Well, here, it's the center image.
With the stairs.
There's a connector between the buildings.
It's actually, they're not connected at the first floor level.
Well, they are, Matthew. It's a deck, right?
Yeah, but it's not enclosed first floor.
Right, so it's a deck.
Yeah.
Which does, to Stephen's point, it does show up on, if you look at the front, also known as the east, you will see a little stub of a deck railing and then some steps down. That's the connector.
Yes, but the buildings, the building telescopes
What sheet is
to
that?
the rear, that was the section that we
Further
were
down.
looking to move, and it's not perpendicular and parallel to the historic structure. So I just want to be clear that they're not connected at the first floor level at all, only by a deck.
Does that answer your question, Stephen?
Yeah, there's another drawing that shows a streetscape in the packet.
Yeah.
It's the second
Oh,
supplement.
well, okay, Stephen. If you look at the site plan, maybe this is what you're looking at. You see the tail end of the other building. You see the tail end of the Carpenter's Gothic building sort of wrapping around because that lot angles. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, but I mean, I think the concept here was that they're connected for certain other reasons to make them one building.
It's only a deck to the stairs.
Well, let's make sure that we got this right. Matthew, the only way the two buildings are connected is via a deck. Is that a true statement?
That's correct.
Okay. They're no building, no covered stuff, no ground coverage.
Correct. And we disconnected the two structures based on the feedback we got at the initial meeting. So they are connected by a deck, so you have to go out of one building and into the other.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I believe Abby had made a motion to hold for some minor revisions. And on that motion, we were Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby, Abigail. Is Abby muted? I bet she is. Oh, where is Abby? Abby, you there?
Mr. Chair, I don't even see her in here. anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. She made the motion.
Oh, geez.
All right, look, let's back up. It looks like Abby may have left the auditorium. So can somebody else make the same motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right. That's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Joe. Joe?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so there you go, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Actually, you're still here, but the next one is Stephen chairing at Pocomo, right?
Correct.
All right. I'm gonna mute. Stephen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about Aaron Rodgers might be vice president. Excuse me. Matt, why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a gate. You've seen this 2 times before. And just to reiterate, the primary purpose here is to create a deer proof gate. We've set it back from the road as much as possible. The last time you saw it, you did ask, we provided a number of different options. We've, based on the feedback from the board, we've honed it down to a single option and put some notes on it. It still is very tall. We did include some data that we researched regarding, the desired height of a deer-proof fence. It is taller than normal, but our hope is that this is set so far back in the existing vegetation, it's not highly visible from a public way, but as always, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see, who would like to?
I will.
Val.
I've not had an issue with this gate up until now. I think the iteration you just gave us is very unusual. I liked the one before, but just along the deer line, did the deer know that's the only place they're supposed to come on the lot?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know.
Matt,
Yeah.
if I may, there is a note here that says separate HDC application to be submitted in future for continuous deer
Or
mesh
contentious,
fence
or
around
contentious.
property connecting to proposed driveway gate. Okay, any other comments, Phil?
No,
All right, and
I like the other one.
Matt, your board on this is myself, Abby. Is Abby back with us? No, Diane, Val, and Joe, and Carrie. Who would like to comment?
I'll go because my comment, I think, echoes Val's. I remember a number of options previously. I actually like the one with the curved top versus the angle top. Otherwise, I have no concerns given where this started and where it's at now relative to the road and the scale and everything else. I do like the curve more than the angle. The angle feels like somebody sat on it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Diane?
I would like to see it. Otherwise I've got a thing of 93 Sankaty Road with Ray Pole on the HDC. Can I get a drawing?
Let's get it up there. Fiona's on it. There you go. So what Matt's has proposed is on the left, and what Val and Joe have come on so far is on the right.
Okay. Well, I'm not much on the 7-foot gate, and I don't like that gate that's proposed. I don't like that. No. So the other one, I guess, why do we have all the boards on the outside? Are they usually on the inside where they're not seen except by the owners?
You're talking about the cross supports?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind the cross bucks, just for.
Okay. Matt, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so Diane, they're just to keep the deer out, they're shown as a lighter line weight because they're on the property owner's side, not the side that faces the road, although it is set back from the road quite a bit.
Matt, I think Diane makes an interesting point, though. I think the way she's looking at it is a traditional fence. The slats would be on the outside. I understand you're taking a slatless fence and adding slats to create deer proofing. But I think the other way to look at that is accurate too, which is the slats would normally be on the outside and slightly larger. And that would be a more traditional presentation to have the crossbucks on the backside.
Happy to do that.
It would look different and perhaps dramatically so. So I just want to keep that in mind too. Diane, I'm sorry, did you have anything else to add? Diane?
She's muted.
You're muted.
One question, Matt, is between the horizontal members open? Or,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Diane, if you've got something else, we'll get you when you come back in. Carrie?
I guess my concern is that this is taller than 9 feet, and painted white. And I think if it could be natural weather, it would be a lot more subtle.
Make it natural.
But I also agree with the curved top versus the angled top.
Me too.
Okay.
But I would approve a natural to weather curved top.
Okay.
I like natural as well, for the record.
Okay.
I
Diane, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry, my dog started barking. I like the curved top rather than that pointy top. And I think natural to weather is the answer, not painted white. You don't have to call attention to it. And I don't know what good 7 feet is. Deer really don't measure it out before they jump. So I don't know that that's really the answer around. And one hopes we don't see a fence around the whole property at 7 feet. But I would go with this slightly scooped out and the way I described the fence and carry with natural to weather. I agree with her also.
Okay, thank you, Diane. So Matt, I'm actually okay with this given the location. I appreciate the change, the depth away from the street. Natural, I think is going to be more appropriate. I will say, and I don't know that given its location, it needs to be changed, but now that Diane has pointed it out, I can't unsee it as being reversed. That is to say the slats are on the back side. But again, I think given its location relative to the street, it's probably okay. If you wanted to bring it back with the slats reversed, great. If not, I think we've got legs to carry it forth tonight.
Okay. Happy to do all those things.
I would make a motion to approve through staff with the fence elements being reversed and making it natural to weather. Given where it is off the road, I really don't think 7 feet is going to be an impact to anybody. Except
Matt,
for the deer that knock and say, can we come in?
No, thank you. Matt, before we move forward on that, just I want to hold it a sec. There will be as I'm sure you're aware, there's going to be a difference in the presentation of that gate if it's reversed that you may want to be adjusting. So if we were to go forward with that, I think you might want to look at that with respect to revisions.
I'm fine.
Because you know what I mean? Like this is going to look
I don't have a problem with
it as it is.
Yeah.
I would suggest then just make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Can you put a caveat of putting a dimension on it from the road, how far away it is, so it doesn't just get popped in by any landscaper?
And sorry, are we talking about the curved top one?
Yeah.
Can we go to the middle a little bit?
We can add that dimension from the property line. I don't think we have one right now.
So it would
Well,
be
what's the setback?
It would be to add a dimension.
Yeah.
Scale
All right. Whole new motion. Motion to approve as submitted. Natural to weather.
Curved top.
Curved top, the last version. A dimension from the road to the fence.
That was it.
And that's it.
Okay. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane. Joe.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Joe.
I'm an aye.
And I think that's me. I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you very much.
And
Be
that's
very
back to
happy.
Mr. Chair and 1 North Swift Rock.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, the board on this one, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val.
And this is
Are we ready?
I can begin with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. So you've seen this dwelling proposal for a new dwelling twice before. Just to recap, there is an existing structure that is going to become the guest house that's on site. The new dwelling is located 360 feet from North Swift Rock, so it's set really far back from the road. So I truly feel that the visibility of this structure is really de minimis. I think the only parts you're going to see are probably like, the ridge. So I just want to point that out. So why don't we start with if we could actually, I actually also, Holly, I emailed that file, the supplemental to you too. I don't know if we could pull that up, the supplemental drawings, just to talk about the context, if we could. Because one of the things we did is we went around to all of the adjacent structures, homes in the area, and did two things. We measured the ridge height and then the ground cover. And what we discovered is that a majority of the structures are, the average is 28.6 in terms of the ridge height. Our current proposal is for 28.1, so we're below the average in terms of the height. And we also identified the distance of the structures from the road. And I just wanted to do that to demonstrate that this structure is set uniquely far back from the road, and that's primarily a function of the existing structure. I know the abutting property owner has raised some concerns about the size of the structure, but if I was them, I would be actually very happy because the new dwelling is set so far out of their sight line and away from their view towards the water. It's very fortuitous for both property owners, in my opinion. The other thing I'd point out too is that the topography is such that our lot is actually 4 feet lower. So the grade is 4 feet lower than the adjacent property. So the property owner to our south, who has expressed some concern, they're 4 feet higher and their ridge is 28.6. So they're basically almost 5 feet taller than our proposal. And again, if you look at the locus map, you'll see that they're not even aligned with one another. So again, it's pretty fortuitous for both parties. Having said that, we made some pretty significant changes. Maybe we could go to, maybe start with the cover sheet, which is A2.3. And we might go back to that supplemental material when you get a chance. So what we did is we changed the, that's great since you're here. The other thing I wanted to point out too is the predominance of roof walks. So there is definitely the average height of the ridge of the homes in this area is 28.6, we're 28.1. There's a number of roof walks in the area. And we did study the houses in the area so that we were contextual. Some of the structures have been built recently within the last 3 or 4 years. The upper right, 19 East Tristram, beautiful house, on the water, but it is 30 feet and it does have a roof walk. So I just say that just to point out context. I feel like we're not the tallest and not the biggest. And we've made some pretty significant changes based on the board's comments. So if we could go back to the architectural drawings at A2.3. So yeah, that's great, just those perspectives. So what we've done is completely simplify the structure in terms of detail, architectural detail. So we had flying rakes, we had curved terminating rakes, we had shingle flares. And so what we try to do is really just strip all that away and keep it very, very simple. The roof walk is really important to our clients. And so what we did is we altered the roof so that it was a full 2-story, so that it would support a roof walk. But I think as you look around the elevations, you'll see that it's got a much quieter presence to it. And I think a lot of those details, which I love and we love, but it was contributing to that kind of busyness. So these elevations show what the house would look like, its facade, if you were, again, 365 feet from the road on the property. So I just wanted to point that out in terms of the massing change. The other significant change, if we scroll down to sheet A2.1, we've made a number of reductions in terms of the size. I know that Abby, Stephen, Val talked about the size of the structure. So we've actually gone around the entire structure and reduced the square footage. Yeah, if we could go to that 2.1, and if we could just show is that 2.1? If you just scroll up to a little bit to the facade. Great, thank you so much. So you'll see that the blue outline represents the previous submission profile of the building. So you can see how much we've reduced it in terms of width, length, scale, et cetera, et cetera. We've actually reduced, and I did draft a letter just to kind of cover some of these bullet points, but we dropped the square footage of the ground lot coverage by somewhere in the range of 200 to 300 square feet. First and second floor translates into closer to 500 and change square feet. So we did drop the size of this, the structure and simplified it dramatically. The other thing we did, if we go to the north elevation, which is, or actually I would go to sheet A2.2, so we can look at the south elevation. Now we intentionally designed the structure so it telescopes away from the street. So I've had situations where we run the footprint of the house left to right in the lot size, and some of the feedback I get from the board is no, go telescoping. So we started with this. So on the south elevation, it looks longer, but again, that's telescoping, and I don't think that anyone's ever going to see the length of it. Not that it's an issue, because again, based on the context that the studies that we've done of the adjacent properties, we're completely in line with them. Having said that, we dropped that center section almost about 3 feet. And on the rear, we dropped it at about just under 2 feet. So that rear ridge, the story and a half ridge, is roughly about 24 feet 6 inches. So really about as low as you can get, in my opinion. We tried to minimize the amount of fenestration. Again, this is a response to the neighbor. Again, not that it's, it's first floor, south elevation. I don't think that's going to be visible from anywhere. Having said that, in the interest of being good neighbors, we reduced the first floor fenestration by, I think, 4 to 5 French doors and 1 single window. So we really looked at that south elevation and tried to minimize any ganged units, and just minimize the fenestration overall. So I just want to make sure I have everything covered here. Let me just look at one more thing. Yeah, and I just want to point out too that, again, oh, thank you, that site section, just to show the relationship of the existing cottage next to it. That was something that the board had requested. That structure's ridge height is 26 and change. Again, we're 28.1. I believe there's also a site section in the supplemental material. Just to reiterate that the abutting property owner is 4 feet higher than us just because of their grade. And they're actually 6 inches, have a 6-inch taller ridge. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew. Is there anybody in the queue right now that wants to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, Lisa Berger is in.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Lisa, if you could unmute. I think you are unmuted, actually.
I am unmuted.
Okay.
I am Lisa Berger. I am the abutter that Matthew is referring to. I just have a couple of things. One, he's compared different heights and different sizes of the buildings around him. I think one of the things that he did not comment on is that on his property, there's going to be 2 houses, and there's only 1 house on all these properties that were in the original neighborhood. My house is 1,500 square feet. These 2 houses combined are going to be closer to 6,500 square feet. I don't think you can compare my house to his house. I don't think that's what the HDC is looking at anyway. In terms of the overall windows on that south elevation, they did get rid of 1 window, but they added another one, so we're at the same number.
That's not true.
Count them. There's still 18 windows.
We eliminated 5 French doors in 1 window. And by the way, if your total square footage of your house is 1,500 square feet.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, okay.
Let's just let her speak, okay?
Understood.
Thank you. Continue.
So the way that I see it anyway, the number of windows has not changed. I wasn't talking about the doors. I'm not sure that he approached the gable porch that you guys had concern about. And I guess the other question I have for Matt is why the ground cover number increased from 2,649 to 2,864. In my opinion, it's just way too much mass on that property. And I am definitely going to see it from my house. And you're definitely going to see it from Eel Point Road. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much for your comments. All right, I think I'll take it to the board now. You know who you are. Who would like to begin?
Can I get a clarification, Mr. Chair?
Of course, Stephen.
Matt, can you tell me the comment about the 2 dwellings? Is that?
That there will be 2 dwellings on this property, but there are other houses in this area with 2 dwellings.
And will this be the main house or the second?
This is the main house.
Okay, I mean, because typically it's got to be 20% smaller, so the
Or
second dwelling.
Right. So this is going to be the primary, and the
Okay.
the
No, I just
existing
want to
will
have
be
an
the-
understanding of the relationship of what was to come, if anything, first of all. Okay. And I'm to understand through reviewing the drawings that the dotted blue line is the prior proposal.
Yeah.
File.
Correct.
I think that there's some very dramatic changes here. I think that overall, I mean, there might be some quibbling over fenestration, but on its own, individually, this structure to me is approvable, and I would like to see a chimney on it.
Can add a chimney.
But other
There
than
is
that,
there is a chimney.
But not on the main mast.
It's not on the main mast.
Yeah.
Your picture.
That was my comment at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I'll try.
Val?
Yes. Matt, thank you so much for making some of these changes, that a significant difference in the variation in roof height is much appreciated. And of course, any reduction in fenestration is good. My concern, of course, was this with regard to the house that's already there, because that's kind of a big house as a second house. But you did some street elevation, and that sort of answered that question. So my lasting concern is the decks. I think they're like 14 feet deep. And maybe that's a visibility thing. But I think your neighbors, the concern that they're having is there used to be restrictions out here for one structure per lot. And apparently nobody kept up with the restrictions and they've gone away. So that's something out of our control. But I think that's all I have. The decks remain the bigger concern, and thank you for the changes.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I would go.
All right, Diane.
I was questioning number one. The second building, the old building, he said was 26 feet, and the new building is 20 feet, 28. Doesn't the secondary building have to be 23 feet, not 26?
I mean, it's existing. If I, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. I mean, so yeah, if we could control, I mean, again, we're keeping that existing structure and it's 26 feet. And so that there is a hierarchy, I think, between the two structures, that the new primary dwelling will read as the primary dwelling and the existing structure will read as the secondary.
Well, only because there are two. I don't think 2 feet when seen on the road like Swift Rock or Heel Point or anything, it's easy to see. I think
I could make the main mass tall, main dwelling
Diane,
taller.
if somebody
Wait,
can.
hang on, folks. Let's let Diane continue, okay?
Well, there's a page that shows both of them together. That's why I was going to say it.
Okay. So
I
this
saw
was
that page, but my concern was the difference in height of only 2 feet, and I thought it was more. And we have a thing saying, I believe this house is 2,600 and something or other square feet. Is that a combined number, that or just the new house?
That's just the new house. You're talking about the 2478.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just the house.
Well, I think it's hard to see. I think that one Swift Rock Road is a big lot. I think it I guess the old building is existing, so it can't be changed. I certainly don't want to see the new building go up to be 30 feet, so we're sort of stuck with that. So at the moment, that is my contention and problem, but it can't be fixed, I believe. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Diane, Mr. Chair, if I may, Val.
yeah.
Diane, look at the screen now. This shows the proposed dwelling in relation to the building that's there.
Yeah. See, you hard to see the difference, right?
Can I get a clarification, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Diane, along this point, I just want to get a clarification, Matt, but the distance between the two structures and the elevation change, it's several hundred feet and no?
Between the neighboring property?
Well, can we go to the site plan?
Between the house and the guest house is not a couple hundred feet.
Can we go to the site plan, please?
It's about 20 or 30 here.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That's not 200 feet. Let's not my.
No, it's probably about
Sorry,
like,
I was looking at 26 Quidnet Path.
oh, there you go.
It's a significant site difference, and there's a 30-foot drop in grade. So I was thinking, wait a minute,
Yeah, yeah.
what are we looking
Yeah.
at? Thank you.
You're tired.
All right, let's see, where were we? Diane?
No, the two buildings are fairly close together. One is 2478. The other is 1668. So that is more than our other ones, but there are a lot of there's a lot of acreage around on this particular lot. So they will be seen together because they're closer together, but certainly down at the beginning of Swift Rock, they are far apart. It's a problem, but I don't know how you solve it. And they're going to put a pool in. And the other thing I wondered about, what is the 200 square foot pavilion? What is the pavilion?
Well, he actually hasn't applied for that yet, I don't think.
That's
Okay.
correct.
That's what I couldn't find it, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that still is my, I have no problem with his house as it's set up. It's the amount of square footage and that they're close together. If the old building was way down towards the beginning of Swift Rock, then I could understand it looking at two separate buildings or two, yeah. But so close together, how far apart are they? 15 feet?
No.
Probably like
No.
35, 40, something like that.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
No, they're not that far apart. Look at the
No, they're
parking
definitely
lot.
that far apart.
All right.
Those parking spaces are, that, if you look at the site plan, the parking spaces are 20 feet deep. And it's easily 2 parking lengths away, from one building to the other easily. So that's 40 feet. So,
Okay.
just saying.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. That leaves you, Abby.
Oh, gosh.
I think it does. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it does leave you. Yeah.
Well, so I was having technical difficulties, but yeah, and but my concern has been all along that the size of this building, it dwarfs the original, and in every way, like the height, the mass, and given its history that it comes from a neighborhood that wasn't allowing second dwellings. I mean, it's just, it seems like, it just seems overly large. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Abby, thank you. I actually think that Matt has made a number of revisions to mitigate the impact of this on the landscape. It's about as far as you could possibly be away from Swift Rock Road without touching the setback. And it's a deep lot. I appreciate the changes. I like Val, I'm concerned about the depth of the porches, which are, quite deep. But other than that, I'm pretty okay with this plan.
Could I make a suggestion, Mr. Chair? I'm willing to reduce the depth of the decks if that's one of the things that would be holding us back. That's helpful. Just if not, again, I don't know what the visibility will be, but
Matthew, I've been sort of like trying to figure out the numbers on this one, and I don't really know where it's going to land. So thank you for offering that up. But I'm going to have somebody make some kind of a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Do you want to address the porch aspect of it?
Hey, Stephen, you need to turn your mic on.
No, I actually sat back.
Oh, okay.
Just was asking Val if she wanted, because she did mention the concern about the covered porch. I didn't know if she wanted to be involved in crafting or something. Sorry.
That's okay. I'd like to have moving in some direction on this.
You know, if no one else has a concern and it's not visible, then I will keep my concern to myself. So I'll make a
Which
motion
concern was that?
Huh?
I was agreeing with your concern about the depth of the porches.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I just didn't know if you wanted to fashion the motion because you said it.
I could take 18 inches out of them.
Hang on, Matthew.
18 inches?
They're like 14 feet.
Yeah, they're really deep. That's why we have a concern with them.
That was a hell of a concession, Matt.
Start somewhere.
I'm going to say at least 4 feet.
4 feet. Yeah, if that works. And if I could also just, without prejudice, like the time of construction, maybe kind of, because that is towards where the water is. And so I think there might be some more latitude, but it's really important to us to get this over the finish line. So open to whatever the board would suggest.
I think that's a wise thing, Matthew. All right, so Val?
I'll make a motion to approve with the decks being cut back to 10 feet on the second floor. And you're welcome to come back once it's framed up and see what the visibility is.
Great.
Okay, so that is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Diane.
Yeah, unwillingly, yes.
Oh, well, okay, thanks. Abby?
In all fairness to Matt, I really was out of the loop for about 20 minutes, so I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Stephen?
Yes.
Stephen's a yes. I think your mic's off again, or you were leaning back. And Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so the motion carries.
I'll do an exhibit A.
Motion yeah, that would be great. The motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
All right, now we're to 26 Quidnet Path. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Joe Paul.
Now yours kept reloading, so I'm gonna try and set it up on this one too. See if they're covered on this too. I didn't think about that it would be.
Matthew?
Yes. I'll start with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I would love that.
Okay, so thank you. You've seen this once or twice before. I think all in all, at the last meeting, we were talking about changing the pitch to a 9 pitch, which we did. We kept the ridge height at 24 feet, but I think that was one of the comments. The 8 pitch looked a little squat, so we did change that to a 9. Diane had mentioned that there was a number of ganged units more on the west and east elevations. Where we could, we've unganged windows, or where we had 4 units on the second floor rear addition. It's just 3 6/6. Same thing, mostly on the west elevation. So with that, I'll keep my comments brief, and hopefully we've done everything the board's asked. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Does this go straight to the board, Holly?
Yes, sir.
All right, so straight to the board, unless we have anyone in the queue to speak on this. I don't think so. I don't see any names that might. All right, so board members, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Joe, who would like to begin?
I think Matt has addressed all the concerns that I can recall, and I have no remaining concerns.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Who's next?
I can go.
All right.
I think this is appropriate for this setting in Quidnet. I think I could see this there. So I'm okay with it. And thank you for the revisions.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Stephen,
I'll go.
Diane. Oh, Diane, go ahead.
I appreciate the difference and the changes that he made. And I think it will be okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Stephen, that's to you.
Let's see. I'm sorry, am I the last one on this? Other than you?
Other than me, yeah.
Yeah, unless you have any concerns, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Yeah, I don't.
That's my motion.
Okay, Stephen has made a motion to approve. On the motion, Joseph.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, Matt.
Thank you all very much.
That's it for you for a while. Night, night. Okay, now we're going to move along to Linda Williams at 1826 Sparks. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Connie, and Joe.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yes?
It's coming up at the very end of the meeting. I know this is not the most optimum time when we're all fed up now.
Quickest one of the night coming up now.
Here it goes.
I would like, Ray,
Yes?
may I make a statement before you start this whole thing?
Yeah,
Don't know
well,
if that's
of course,
appropriate.
I'll give you time.
Just take me.
But Linda and whomever else from her team are gonna do their presentation. And then I'll hear you, okay?
Okay. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much.
All right, Linda, you ready? Or whomever?
In a nutshell, we've gone round and round and round. We've done a lot of neighborhood searches again. We've done endless Zoom meetings, and we have split the building in two. So I know we don't have two separate applications because I didn't want to go through all the paperwork because the main application would have to be completely redone in order to put two in. And so I just want to make sure we're going in the right direction before I go through that exercise. So I wanted you to get a global impression of where we've come now. We've set the building back in one part. We've split it up. We have an access walking way in between the two structures. We have more green space in front of it. Again, we're under planning board restriction in the mid-island. We can't be any more than 5 feet off the front. So that's why there's some element that is only 5 feet from the front property line. We did send out the video, and I hope everybody had a chance to look at that. I thought that was really helpful because you can see the building as it sits from all angles, and you can move on down the street in both directions. So I pretty much would hand it over to our architect to go over more thoroughly as to what we have done.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is George Berg. I'm with RDA Architects. Just in general, as Linda had pointed out, and Holly's going to queue up a couple of the movies, but we now have two separate buildings. We've decreased the overall footprint of the buildings. This, I guess, is walking from House Fitters up towards the hospital. Stop and Shop is obviously on your right, and these are the open area here. But we've been able to reduce the overall lengths by splitting them in two. Obviously, we've done that. We actually have a walking path that's about 20 feet wide now between the two structures that leads from Sparks Ave to the back, allowing access into some of the retail space and some of the residential units on the back side. Again, we've decreased the overall square footage of the properties combined by 3856. The footprint itself is about 720 square foot less. But most importantly, I think from a massing standpoint, by going with smaller structures, we're able to manipulate the roof lines and drop. We're now looking at a maximum ridge height on the main building of 37.6 to 36.8, and that's down from 38.10 along the main mass. On the B building, which is the smaller building closer to Cumberland Farms, those ridges are now down to 36 feet in the north as we look at it, 33.10 on the south and east elevations, and on the west, because of the shape of the building, 36 feet and 33.10. So we've been able to take the roof lines. I know massing was one of the primary concerns from most of the responses that we've had. Again, we've tried to manipulate in the last hearing, which was in November. The back of the building was concerned. We've tried to break that up and manipulate that a little bit so that it doesn't have such a large amount of fenestration and look like a broad band in the back there. And again, we're starting to manage the fenestration in the windows where we're in the process right now doing the calculations of glazing to surface area fenestration. I will point out that by reducing the larger shed dormers on this north elevation here, you can see, we're technically reducing the surface area of exterior fenestration. So that drives the glazing per fenestration up, but that's a direct result of breaking up the dormers, which was a primary comment from the last time. So we are on the third floor in the 40% range, but that's mainly due to the fact that it's mostly dormers up there. Because we're reducing the height of the buildings, we need to manipulate dormers to create appropriate ceiling height for the units. We're also looking at dropping the floor of the bowling alley portion of the building, which is in Building A, the bigger building, and it'll actually be on the eastern flank as we look at it. By dropping that floor and internally working circulation for our handicapped accessibility, we're able to maintain the ceiling height or the line, if you will, for the retail spaces on the first floor. So we're able to maintain that across, even though we need a slightly higher ceiling height inside the bowling alley. So we're able to achieve that without any exterior ramping or anything like that. We can get into the buildings at all levels. They're all handicapped accessible. In the lower bowling alley itself, we can manipulate that inside again using ramping to manipulate that. So you can see here that the building setback and the breakup does have a pedestrian scale. I remember when we first started, we came to you for an advisory meeting, and it was one sheet of elevation along this. It's come a long way since then. I think the porches are appropriately sized, and there's enough of a variety between an open porch like what you see here versus an extension of that lower level on what would be, I guess, the east building, or Building A as we're now calling it. I think, I think as Linda pointed out, we've tried to do our best, and we think we've listened closely to the majority of the comments. We've studied the videos, we've studied our own notes, we've studied your notes, and this is, in our opinion, at least a step in the right direction. And that's what, as Linda mentioned, we're trying to get a sense now from the commission here before we go through the paperwork and start to work on specifics. Are there things that need to be worked out? Absolutely. Do we think that we can work collaboratively with the commission here and the staff to get the details touched up? I think we can definitely achieve that. One point about the back elevations is we're still working with the electric company on the meter banks. As you know, we're not allowed to put meter banks inside. So we have created wall space on the south elevation for that in both buildings, and we're going to need to likely screen that either with vegetation or fencing, which would be once we get, and actually, Holly, I don't know if there's a good view of it. So you can see the trellises on the back of the bowling alleys. I think some of these stills don't really show it if we look at the video, but the intent would be to screen the flat surfaces in the back for meter banks One more sheet, I think. Sorry.
It
Yeah,
was
the
the pre-
previous
yeah.
one. One more back. Oh, you can go backwards. Oh, sorry. We want to get into the plans and elevations. Whoop, you went by it. So you can see in the back there, so we have a trellis proposed over the back of what would be the kitchen for the bowling alley, a pergola, I should say. Oop, we lost it. The trellis is on the right-hand side of where the mechanicals are in the back of the house stuff for the bowling alley. And we're thinking to the right of where the pergola is where we're likely going to be able to put the meter banks. And the intent would be either to screen that with vegetation or run a fence as an extension of the pergola with a solid screen there, as opposed to what you're looking at as open space here. There's a small section on the side of the B building for much the same. We obviously have to have two separate meter banks. So we are aware of those. We don't know how big the meter bank is going to be just yet. But we're obviously recognizing that that's something that needs to be resolved. I guess, from that standpoint, again, if you scroll down, you can see by breaking up the north elevation, the Sparks Ave elevation, and creating that thoroughfare that goes from Sparks Ave to the parking lot has made a difference in that. And the elevation is a little bit deceiving. The videos show how that center mass on the right-hand side of Building A is set well back from the mass on the left-hand side where the bowling alley is going to be.
Okay. Your name was George, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, George, was there anyone else from your team that wanted to speak on this, or we want to hear from some other people?
Yeah, I think we're fine right now, Ray.
Okay, all right. Thank you, George. I know that Diane would like to speak. So now Diane is speaking as an individual. She's not sitting on this application. Diane, you had something that you wanted to say? She muted?
Yeah, are you talking to me? Yes.
Yeah, yes, I
When
am.
this first came up, wait a minute. No, I'm not muted. I said, when this first came up, however months ago it was, it didn't come onto the board. I was sent a letter by the planning board. It said it came from the planning board, 2 members of the commission, and it asked questions, which I answered. I answered every one of them, and the planning board, as well as somebody has a copy of the letter that I wrote. And I answered each one because that's what I was asked, how the HDC would, following their laws, would look at this. I made no opinion of my own, none, not anything.
Diane?
We met up, what?
Sorry, are you talking about this application, or are you talking about the fact that you're not sitting on it?
I am talking about the fact that the reason I'm not sitting on it is because Linda asked for me to be recused because I said things about it, and I am saying that is a lie. I said
Okay,
nothing.
well, no, okay, Diane, well, I'm not going to use a pejorative term like lie, but you are allowed to be, you could sit on this, okay? That was established. The problem was, I will remind you, the problem was that sorry?
You already had a board.
We already had a board, yeah.
And
So
then I would sit if necessary if somebody wasn't there. That's what I'm understanding. Is that right?
yeah. I'd have to check to see whether you're down as an alternate.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
she and Val are actually listed as recused on this application.
And I
well,
am not recused.
okay. So Diane, is that the crux of what you wanted to say, or were you
Yes.
going to speak on this
That, no,
application?
that is the crux of, I want to establish where I am on this particular application. If I sit as an alternate, that's fine. Because of the problem that Linda brought up that night. But to be taken off a important consideration by something being made up about, and the ethics board wrote and said I was not unethical. I would just like to make the statement. I can't let it sit.
No, I think that's perfectly fair, but so you do understand, and we have had this discussion, that we sort of are where we are in terms of the board right now.
Yep.
Its composition.
Right.
And
Yes.
I know you don't
Chairman,
like
point of
it, but
order.
I hope that you respect it.
Point of order here, Chairman. This is, we are at 8:00, 8:05 at night. This has been established a long time ago. This is nonsense, and this hearing needs to proceed. Point of order.
Got it. Okay, now Val wants to speak.
Yes, I do. And I do have permission to speak from the Ethics Commission. And I gave them a letter the last time. I want to say first, thank you. I think it's working in the right direction. I appreciate the space between the two structures. I personally would like to see 3 structures total as opposed to 1 and 1. I think there should be more variation in the eave lines, which will lend itself to having a more additive massing look. Although it's broken up into 2 structures, it's still larger than when it started, but it's 715 square feet less than the last time it came in. It still maintains a real high height, and while zoning allows 40, I think we need to be very careful about this. I know it's coming up at the planning board again, but this is going to be a turning point for Nantucket, and I'm not so sure that's a direction that we want to take. It doesn't relate to the common identity of the area that it occupies, which was formerly houses, and I know this is the area where everything is slated to go, but I think there still has to be some consideration for Mid-Island and what it is, and that it is in fact the home for many people, and that's important. Let's see, I still think it's too much, blah, blah, blah. And then my last opinion would be a bowling alley is a nice idea, but I think if you eliminated that, you could really scale down this building. And I think overall less is more. And please do what's right for Nantucket and scale it back.
Val, thank you. Is there anyone else from the members of the public that want to speak on this application before I turn it over to the board? I take that as a no. Okay. I'm going to move now to the board members. I'm sure that you all know who you are. Stephen, Abby, Connie, Joe, and myself. Who would like to begin?
I'd like to go, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
Before you lose me. I just wanted to start from sort of what's existing there now. What exists now are just a few one-story buildings between Cumbies and house fitters. The setting is a small neighborhood scale. The proposed has an elevations of 36 feet. The height along with the massing will have a very big impact on this neighborhood. I appreciate breaking up the buildings into 2 separate masses. It's a start, but I agree with Val. I think 3 would be optimum, with varying styles, heights, and even I would like to see a story and a half, so it relates back to the neighborhood that exists now. The courtyard on the north is a good attempt at creating public space, but if you imagine this space in the dead of winter, it will be a very dark, cold space. What would fit in better would be to have the public space on the west side. On architectural elements, the building should be set back further from Sparks, creating a larger setback for a sidewalk, and the double dormered windows should be singles. So with the double dormers on the third floor, it reads too heavy, too boxy. We've got to scale that back. South elevation still reads as repetitive, and the massing should be broken up more. I think the cobblestone gray is a mistake because it's all over the trim, and it reads as a heavy color. And like we did on the Nantucket Hospital, we did platinum gray, which is a lighter color. For something this big, I think the heavy dark is going to be, and also I think the Stop and Shop is that color, so it would be nice to have some contrast. And that is what I have to say. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
Connie, you want to go?
So first of all, I really appreciate the videos. Oh, I
Just
really
for
appreciate.
the record, this is Connie Patton speaking.
I really appreciate the videos. I thought they were well done and they were real helpful. I like the fact that the buildings are broken up into two. I obviously wouldn't be opposed to breaking them up into three. My major concern, I think, which has been expressed, is the height. I think it's still very high, and I'm hoping that we can somehow, get to a better height overall. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Let's see, Joe, Stephen.
This is Joe speaking.
Yep.
The 3D videos, super helpful. Because I was traveling last week, I actually didn't look at any of these 2D drawings. I looked at the videos first, and then having this 2D drawing up in front of me. It's not, 2D drawings are not helping this project at all. And I know we need them. And these are also rendered very technically in terms of dimension lines are heavy and a lot of horizontal lines. I think, it's not going to change the design of the building, but I think graphically, less is more if there's a way to do it, or a little vignette of a 3D alongside the elevations, because we forget about them. Because when you look at the streetscape as you're moving east and west, you see that second floor eave, but the dormers, they kind of recede. You really get a great sense of how there isn't just a plane of buildings along the street because of the step back. The first video I watched was heading from House Fitters in the other direction, and I was very happy to see that you've split the building apart. Definitely, I can, see people walking around here. So I feel like it's come a really long way. I definitely love the idea of the 2 buildings. 3 buildings would be wonderful. You've already gone to 2 buildings. I do think that changing some of the color and the detailing on the separate building would probably help, because this still feels homogeneous because of the color. I haven't given too much thought to the specific color. I'm thinking of what Abby just mentioned. I think her comments make a lot of sense. So looking at paint color, I think makes sense, and showing some differentiation. The third floor dormers in this image that we're looking at do feel a little bit top heavy. overall, I do think that this does present a pedestrian scale despite its height. I would love to see it get lower. But overall, my response is favorable when I look at it in the context of where this started. It feels much more dynamic than a monolithic building. Those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thanks a million. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So like the other members, I appreciate the videos. I think they were helpful. I also appreciate the changes, in particular sheet A301 demonstrates some pretty major modifications with the separation of the buildings from 1 into 2. I'm kind of torn on this. I have two competing thoughts. So if I can hold competing thoughts in my head, I guess I'm ahead of the game at this time in my life. The first is that along the lines of discussion that's been had so far, I think the splitting this into 3 is going to be more beneficial. I think at the very least, the connector piece between the existing large structure, the nature of that needs to change, both in terms of the north elevation presentation and perhaps losing some of the program on the second floor in order to eliminate, am I looking at this right, the dormer in between, changing the nature and the presentation of that structure so that it reads as a connector, it doesn't read as an extension of either of the 2 buildings. So to some extent, it has its own identity. I agree with the comments about the height. It looks to me as though you guys are at a pretty low level on your first floor as it is, but mud sill perhaps. I don't disagree. The shed dormers are boxy. I don't know how you're going to get your 3rd floor program in otherwise. Now the competing thought here is, we're looking at what is, and we're making comments based upon, what's in the neighborhood, the Stop and Shop, the existing structures that are, some of them are commercial, some are residential. Whereas the larger lift, what I just described in terms of my thoughts on changes, I think are the easy way out. I think that you can make this with those changes, which are similar to changes others have requested. I think you can get something that's passable. The larger lift is to look at not what is there, but in a way it is what will be. And what I mean by that is you all are setting the tone, and the HDC on this project are setting the tone for that area, which is in many ways, as was said in the paper, a new downtown. Given our population, the Mid-Island area plan, this is a core district for retail, restaurants, and hopefully mixed use with respect to residential housing. So with that in mind, I probably going to get skinned alive for this, but I was looking through some old books and I came across pictures of downtown. Well, there aren't many. 1845, 3-story structures, very clear that they were had more of a commercial identity. When I say commercial identity, I'm talking about more of the picture framed windows you have on your first floor that we typically see in town versus the residential elements, which are the shed dormers, the covered porches, which are more of like country retail, but this isn't really country area. So I guess where I'm going with what it will be is whether you have the fortitude to fight through the changes that would be required to bring about separate identities for 3 structures, which are actually not taller, but they may actually have complete stories and such things as hip roofs. There's a picture of an 1845 home. Holly, you may know it. It's like one of the remaining pictures of downtown before the fire. Yes. And it's a 3-story building, and it's a commercial building with, it appears to be residential on the 3rd floor. And I'm not suggesting it's a win. This is a kind of a brainstorming concept in terms of what will be. But if you have the fortitude and a little bit of resources to put into developing the concept, I would be very curious to see if it would stick, because I think that there is a potential to develop less what these buildings look to me is to be oversized residential. And I don't think that that's an appropriate direction for this area for the next 50 to 60 years. I think a commercial identity with residential top on the second or third floor is appropriate. And you see that downtown on Main Street, currently 2 stories tall in some structures, which instead of, residents upstairs, they're office buildings, but they're retail on the first floor. That's not inconsistent with comments I've made prior. I'm not suggesting you stop everything to follow one person's concept of what could be there. But if any, at the very least, the takeaway is please try to address this perception of oversized residential. I think it's a problem for this area of the island for the next several decades if we approve it as it is. I could have been more succinct if I'd made notes, but those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. So one of the nice things about going last is I get to hear all the other people's good ideas. The first thing that I will say is I am one of the people that really appreciate the idea of breaking up a single big monolithic building as seen in the top part of this image that we have on the screen right now. It was reading to me very much like a Bretton Woods Grand Hotel. And well, that second one, that small one in the middle. So breaking it up, I think has gone a long way. Like everybody else, of course, I would, if it became 3, that's wonderful. But 2 is certainly an improvement over 1. Now, I think that everyone had something to contribute on this one. Some of the things that really resonated with me are things as simple as the paint color and the fact that now that we have 2 buildings and we are trying to diminish the scale of this undertaking, we have an opportunity to do something as simple as change the paint colors from building to building so that it doesn't all read, once again, as being monolithic. The other thing that came up in a couple of different ways via Val, Abby, and Stephen's observation about this connector piece that we're looking at on the screen right now is 1.5 story modulation of height. I think height was mentioned by almost every member. I don't think every member, but almost every member. Appreciate the reductions in height. Abby specifically said, wouldn't it be great if there were some 1.5 story elements in here? I agree with her on that. It would provide further modulation and visual breaking up of the massing. So those are my general thoughts. They're, I think, in keeping with what the rest of the board members said. I think part 2 of Stephen's thing was really interesting, the sort of forward-looking, but, if this is going to be the new downtown, I think it's going to evolve. We don't need to, establish a particular precedent right now with this, because here we are. Anyway, I think we are going to be looking for some more revisions. Would somebody want a motion for some revisions based on our comments?
So moved.
Okay, Abby has made a motion for revisions. Thank you, guys. Let's see. So on Abby's motion, Joe.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thanks, everyone. We'll see you next
Down,
time.
guys.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Well, look, guys, it's been a long night, but we do have 6 minutes left. Should we try and hammer out one other thing?
No, I was going to suggest that you guys don't tackle this one at 6 minutes
Okay,
left.
well, now I do need to ask. This is a project that, of course, has drawn a lot of attention. Are there people waiting for this to speak?
Hello,
Who said hello?
Sarah Alger.
I just as soon not
Oh,
open it now.
Sarah.
I'm tired.
What? Yeah, of course. Now,
But I'm happy to have it go over.
Hey, guys.
I don't think we should push it at with 6 minutes to go.
Guys.
I really don't. I agree
okay.
with
All right.
that.
Well, Sarah, I really appreciate that because I couldn't agree with you more. I need to come over to your lending library.
I know, right?
Is
I've
that a
read
virtual
every single
lending
one of these
library?
books.
What?
I've read every single one.
I can tell. I gotta
So we're
come
putting
over
it
and see-
over. That's where we
Yeah,
are.
we're gonna put it over. I think, look, we went through a lot more than I thought we would tonight. So why don't we just adjourn? Give ourselves an extra 5 minutes tonight, okay?
Mr. Chair?
Ray,
Oh.
sorry, Mr. Chair. I have a
Yes.
gentleman sitting here since 4 p.m. today, and he is new business, and I know it's awful to ask, but he's here for new business for rooftop solar, and he's number 1 on new business.
Plamen,
Go to the microphone.
is it Plamen Dimitrov?
Yes.
Weatherly
We don't
Place?
care. I have the next two and he can go right in front of us. We don't care.
Well, right in front of means he's gonna end the meeting. All right, so let's go. Are you guys
Did
all
you view
right?
this? Yeah.
I thought it was a sticky. Yes, chief.
Okay. Just let's stay together just for another minute to review this solar, okay?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I had asked this be put on a view. I did not view it, not anticipating we were going to get to it in a
Oh.
normal world. And I don't know if anyone else has viewed it, but I thought it was one that needs to be viewed.
Okay.
If I can help with that, this was viewed in a previous application, and the top part, the dormers were approved. That was a part of it, and today I'll be asking just for the porch,
Yeah.
lower of roof, which is the porch roof.
Yeah, on this, Mr. Chair, this was that was a somewhat contentious debate during the initial approval. And therefore, when I viewed this for consents, I suggested a view. Again, I didn't view it. Val, did you view it?
No.
I think we should hold it for a view and we can have it on first thing at the next meeting.
Yeah. So Plamen, sorry that you waited so long. We're going to put you on first next Tuesday, okay?
Thank you.
And then everyone will have an opportunity to view this. We'll be
Yeah.
able to give you an answer, all right?
It will likely be to your benefit.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, do we have any minutes to approve? No minutes. I didn't look at the list.
On that note, may I just, staff has received 2 meetings of minutes. However, we need to go through them before we send them to you because there's questions.
Yeah, okay, all right. Fair enough. All right, then, if John McLaughlin is still around,
Motion to adjourn.
there he is. Thank you, John. On John's motion, Val. Val, Stephen.
Motion to adjourn.
Well, no, Abby already made the motion.
Oh, I thought she left
John
already.
made the motion. Stephen,
Aye.
Zane, Connie.
Total disarray. Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
thank you. Val. Aye. And I'm in, and John, you're in favor, right?